Justice, justice, shalt thou follow. Fedek, Fedek, Tirdofa. Justice, justice, shalt thou follow. Fedek, Fedek, Tirdofa. Justice, 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 justice,
Come be a part of
shalt thou follow. Fedek, Fedek, Tirdofa. Justice,
Where Hebrew
justice,
feels like home.
justice, justice, shalt thou follow. Fedek,
Come be a part
Fedek,
of
Tirdofa. Justice,
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 where Hebrew feels like home.
justice, justice, shalt thou follow. Fedek, Fedek, Tirdofa, that thou mayest live and inherit the land which Yahuwah Elohim. Justice, justice, shalt thou follow. Fedek, Fedek, Tirdofa.
Come be a part of
Justice, justice,
where Hebrew feels like home.
justice, shalt thou follow. Fedek, Fedek, Tirdofa. Justice, justice, justice,
Come be a part of
shalt thou follow. Fedek, Fedek, Tirdofa, that thou mayest live and inherit the land which Yahuwah Elohim giveth thee I. Fedek, Fedek, Tirdofa, lit ma'ana tihyeh, with ya rashta eta ha'aretza asher Yahuwah Elohim notena lak.
Come be a part of where Hebrew feels like home.
Yes. Erev Tov, Laila Tov, Boker Tov. Greetings, Chabarim, Berukim, Habaim. Welcome to the podcast. Greetings. Here. 48th sabbatical study, Shabua right here. This Shabua, and here, another week of comfort. Going to touch on that right there. Greetings, brothers. Yosef, Monteleto, S.I. Greetings. Shalom, Chabarim, Rastafari, Chabarim. So here, for this Torah reading and feeding, we have Shoftim, judges and officers shalt thou make in all thy gates. Here, focusing on the importance of justice. This is why we open up with the key words from the Ivrit. Here again.
Justice, shalt thou follow. Fedek, Tirdofa.
Come be a part of where Hebrew feels like home.
justice, shalt thou follow. Fedek, Tirdofa, that thou mayest live and inherit the land which Yahuwah Elohim giveth thee I. Fedek, Tirdofa, lit ma'ana tihyeh, with ya rashta eta ha'aretza asher Yahuwah Elohim notena lak.
Well, for this Torah portion, let's get some of the first words right here. Shalom, Chaverim. Here we're at the we've had the second day of this Shabua here. How was your quote Monday, quote end quote? How was the second day of the Shabua? Shabua Tov. Good Shabua b'Hashem Yeshua HaMoshiach. Yes, hallelujah. Giving thanks and praise right here. Another day here. We have another Shabua here. Here we're almost complete, in the holy year. Yeah. Got to send an invite for my brother, as well. Hopefully he'll be like a wingman right here on some nights on the podcast. Heal up. Zion War Child. Zion War Child. Yes, it was on the Rosh Hashanah. Found it, actually. Yeah, we was thinking about the reason from the After the Shabbat podcast. Hopefully ones and ones got to check that. And also open up the farm, the clip farm. Yes, Rastafari, you know, some of the highlights, you know, ones and ones that have the, you know, the basic skills. And now they got a lot of software that basically does it, you know, basically, you know, certain parts of the reasoning or certain parts of the podcast, you know, to be clip farmed, and ones can put it up on their own channels. Just make I know, you know, and also like monetize it. Right here, we're not monetized. This is our tzedakah. The tzedakah. What's tzedakah? Tzedakah. Interesting. That comes from the same root word here, tzedek. Tzedek. Yeah, we have the shalach there. Maybe I have to pull that one right there, but just like how that look right there, shalach. But here we're in shoftim. What is shoftim? Shofetim. Shoftim is judges. Interesting, because we have between the evenings here, Bain Arabim Tovim, here between the two evenings here, you know, the evening, you know, of the day that was, and the evening here for the day to come. So we're heading into the third day of this Shabbat. You know, when we look at it in context right here, of course they call it Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, but we have to get in the right order, right, of understanding true time. First day, second day, third day, right? So here we're at where we had the second day, here what we call the Monday. We're going to upgrade that as well to reflect, you know, the new understanding, understanding, overstanding. You know, of course, in the world, and we're in the world, not of the world. So, you know, ones, you know, Monday evening, most ones understand it like that. But correctly right here, for this eve right here, it's actually the eve of the day to come. So it's evening that precedes, you know, the evening and morning, or the dawning, equals one day, right? So hopefully one's had a good, you know, previous eve, you know what I mean, as well as, you know, a good day, right? Here we're in the 48th sabbatical study for the Shabbat Strong. Here, this is known as Shoftim, as judges. So here, I'd like to continue on a reasonment, but let's just rise up a chant right here. So we're going to have like two psalms, one for the evening before and one for this evening here. So the evening that's coming in right here belongs to the day that's coming forward, and that's Psalm 82. Psalm 82 is interesting because it has the whole theme, Chabarim, of corrupt judges arraigned. Yeah. Yes. So right here, we're first going to address, you know, the day before, the Monday, you know, evening psalm, right? So here between the evenings, here we have Psalm 48. Psalm 48. This time we're going to write up Psalm 48 in the Royal Amharic to the English, right? Right here, Shema Yisrael, here on the Sir Coxon Classic, Dubwise.
Rastafari, Africa is a must, so nobody force now cause. You have to jump on this your bus, Zion born, right? Do it.
መዝሙር 47 በቅንፍ 48 በሁለተኛ ሰንበት የቆሬ ልጆች የምስጋና መዝሙር። እግዚአብሔር ትልቅ ነው፣ በአምላካችን ከተማ በተቀደሰው ተራራ ምስጋናው ብዙ ነው። በሰሜን ወገን በመልካም ስፍራ የቆመ የምድር ሁሉ ደስታ የጽዮን ተራራ ነው። እርሱም የትልቁ ንጉሥ ከተማ ነው። እግዚአብሔር በአዳራሾቿ መጠጊያ ሆኖ ይታወቃል። እነሆ ነገሥታት ተከማችተው በአንድነት መጥተዋል። እነርሱ ሳይተው ተደነቁ፣ ደነገጡ፣ ታወኩ። መንቀጥቀጥ እንደ ወላድ ምጥ በዚያ ያዛቸው። በኃይለኛ ነፋስ የተርሴስን መርከቦች ተሰብራለህ። እንደ ሰማን እንዲሁ አየን። በሰራዊት ጌታ ከተማ በአምላካችን ከተማ እግዚአብሔር ለዘላለም ያጸናታል። አምላክ ሆይ በአሕዛብ መካከል ምሕረትህን ተቀበልን። አምላክ ሆይ እንደ ስምህ እንዲሁም እስከ ምድር ዳርቻ ድረስ ምስጋናህ ነው። ቀኝህ ጽድቅን የተሞላች ናት። አቤቱ ስለ ፍርድህ የጽዮን ተራራ ደስ ይበለው። የአይሁድም ሴት ልጆች ሐሴት ያድርጉ። ጽዮንን ክበቧት፣ በዙሪያዋም ተመላለሱ፣ ግንቦቿንም ቁጠሩ፣ በብርታቷ ልባችሁን አኑሩ። አዳራሿን አስቡ፣ ለሚመጣው ትውልድ ትነግሩ ዘንድ። ለዓለምና ለዘላለም ይህ አምላካችን ነው፣ እርሱም ለዘላለም ይመራናል።
Psalm 48.
Mizmor Memchet, Shir Mizmor Livnei Korach.
Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the city of the great king. God is known in her palaces for a refuge. For lo, the kings were assembled. They passed by together. They saw it, and so they marveled. They were troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them there, and pain as of a woman in travail. Thou breakest the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. Selah. We have thought of thy loving kindness, O God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Judah be glad because of thy judgments. Walk about Zion and go round about her. Tell the towers thereof. Mark ye well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that ye may tell it to the generation following. For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide forever, 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 forever.
There, Psalm 48. Psalm 48 is the Monday. It's called the Monday evening psalm, the Monday evening psalm, right? Well, Monday, hopefully one's Monday, second day of the Shavua went well, was good, up full and bright, one's safe, one's health. Take care of I and I health. We got to take care of I and I health, the soul health, the psychological health, and here's where the Psalms, that speak to I and I souls and spirits, and also take care of our bodies, you know what I'm saying? The temple, the tabernacle. So that was Psalm 48 right there, Psalm 48, right? So I'm reminding the Chabarim, but also reminding I and I self, it's like Paul makes mention, like, what's that verse that Paul talks about? What's the key word in there? He talks about shipwreck. There's a verse where he talks about being something about shipwreck. Let me see if I can get that particular verse right there, So like as we proclaim it to others, also make sure we proclaim it, to I and I, to I and I self. Shipwreck. Okay, I think it's in the language, but it doesn't get translated. Holding yet. Well, I have 1 Timothy 1:19. Yeah. I remember the language. But here we have Monday evening psalm. I'll bring that forward, brothers and sisters. Greetings. Buruchim, Chabayim. Welcome, brothers and sisters. Here we have deliverance of Zion. It's the psalm assigned for the evening of Monday evening psalm, right? So we're between the evenings here. So we got Monday evening psalm, and then also for the day coming forward, since the eve, I know this is kind of like, the way we're told is like the day, right? And then the evening. We're not taught that it's the evening, and the day, the evening and day, right? And when we start to kind of see it that way, it takes, practice, just remind ourselves and kind of just think about how interesting it is, being in the world, not of the world. So of course, we'll say Monday evening psalm here, Psalm 48, Mizmor Mim Chet, right? The deliverance, this theme, the deliverance of Zion, of Zion, right? And we say even the African Zion, the Ethiopian Zion, Sion. Been speaking about Zion as well. Some interesting podcasts. Wasn't able to kind of do the upgrades on some of the previous podcasts, but we've been able to really zoom in on certain key themes and hopefully bring out, from the scriptures, right, and the studies, the basic understanding, that can be referenced in the scripture and seen, right? So we can see these things in reality, see it in our own lives as well. So Psalm 48 is the last of the trilogy. So there's three. You see the number three as well, the Trinity. Last of the trilogy of Psalms, right? The spearing of Jerusalem. What and where is Jerusalem? So a lot of times we look at these things. In the first type, we have, the city, Jerusalem. But then when we study, even in the scripts, in the prophets, sometimes these same words and names are used, right? But are used in the second of the two truths, right? Not so much just like the temple. When we say the temple, people think about the stone temple, right? But they did not know about the temple, or they did not really fully understand the temple of the body, right? The temple of the body. Hold on for a moment right here. Let me see if I can do this right here. Okay, all right. So, no, what just happened right here is we have, the verses, the scripts, and then we notice right here that the window is frozen. So that window there is not the same window as we have here. Let me see if we can just reset this. Give me one moment just to reset this right here. So you can see right here. Let's see if we can bring this up. Okay, it went off. Give me one moment. We'll touch on Psalm 48, and then we'll go forward to Psalm 82. That gives us an ideal segue to this 48th sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong, known as Shoftim. But first here with Psalm 48. Psalm 48. Right? Psalm 48 right here. So the theme of Psalm 48 is the last of this trilogy of Psalms. So Hebraically, we have a trinity or a trilogy of Psalms. And 48, the Monday evening Psalm, is the last of them. And it speaks of the sparing of Jerusalem, Yerushalayim. We see Jerusalem, especially in the prophets, in the spirit of the prophets, the Hebrew prophets, as also referring to like the soul, right? The soul of Yah people, of Jah people, right? Jerusalem, right? As above, so below. From the invasion of the Assyrians is celebrated. So in the direct context of this, the city of Jerusalem and the people, they were spared, right, from the invasion of the Assyrians, right? This is what's being celebrated in Psalm 48. For the next, for higher heights, once getting the basic groundation, the basic context, the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary. Definitely would highly recommend, within our discipleship studies, right? The Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, but then to get the basic context, because many times it alludes to this, but you have to kind of put it together, right? So the sparing of Jerusalem, the city, right? This here is a psalm of the sons of Korah, right? Remember Korah, the sons of Korah. Remember their father Korah. We had a Torah portion previously. I think it was in Bamidbar, in the wilderness, in the fourth book of Moshe, known as Numbers, that we addressed the Korah, the Korah rebellion, the attempted coup, we can call it, of Korah, and what happened to him, Datan and Abiram. But here we have the sons of Korah. So we see that mercy, even from HaTorah, from specifically the Divrei, right? The Divrei Brit, the words of, right? The words of the covenant, right? Where we see in the 10 words where it speaks about he'll visit the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, specifically the sons and the sons' sons, right? To the third and the fourth generation, right? But then it also says about his mercy, right? His mercy, right? And this is where, when we look at it, even something so small or seemingly small as a superscription, like to this psalm here. Here we're at Psalm 48, evening psalm, evening psalm right here for the second day of the Shabua here. It's called Monday. A psalm for the sons of Korah, right? Of Korah. And then we was pointing to right here. We was pointing to what was this? Exodus chapter 20. Yeah, there we go. Exodus chapter 20. Let's get the verse just so we can bring forward the citation where it says right here. So even in the sons of Korah, and also remember Shemuel, Samuel was said, the prophet Samuel to be a descendant of the sons of Korah, right? Of the Korahites, right? So even though Datan and Abiram, these Reubenite brothers, it says that everything they had, right, was basically swallowed up when the earth opened her mouth, right, and swallowed them up, right? And Moshe warned the people. He said, "Get away from these wicked, these sons of Belial, these sons of these worthless sons, good for nothing sons, right?" And it seems like everyone got away, but it also seems as though the sons of Korah, the very sons of Korah also got away. Where are we right here? Okay, here we go right here. Here we go. So here it says, "Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, Yahweh Eloheka Elkanah, visiting the iniquity." This is the part here. Visiting the iniquity. So it says jealous or zealous, right? At the Almighty of zeal. Elkanah. Visiting the iniquity of the fathers up on the children. So when you study this here, children was the banim. Banim specifically is the sons, right? And it should be understood in the context in that sense. Upon the fathers, iniquity of the fathers, and say fathers and mothers. Remember, these are the 10 words that's falsely called the 10 commandments, right? So you didn't say fathers and mothers, right? But later on, right, in the next word of the commandment, it says, "Honor thy father and thy mother." So when Yahweh, right, Elohim, when he says upon the fathers, iniquity of the fathers, he means upon the fathers. And then we have the children or the sons to the third and the fourth generation of them that hate me. So you see this sense of hate, right? What's the context of the sense of hate? Right? We say, "Oh, so and so hate me." You hate so and so. Right? Well, that's how like we men and people, direct what we call hate, right? In that sense, right, with each other. But what does Yahweh mean? He means right here in this word of the command, right, making a graven image, making an idol or something, saying, "Hey, this is God." The world. It's almost like worshiping the work of your hands, in a sense, if you take it on the next level of understanding right there, right? But then he goes on, right, just to show who he be, who he be, Hakadosh, Arukub Ruk Hashem, blessed be he, Here it says, shewing mercy to thousands of them that love me. You see what it says, love me, and keep my commandments. Right? My commandments. So what's interesting is that the sons of Korah, as we have right here, let's go over here, the sons of Korah, right? So there we go right there, the sons of Korah, right? Korah, right? Remember Korah. So who was Korah? He was the son of Izhar, the grandson of Kohath, great-grandson of Lewi or Levi, and leader of the rebellion of the Israelites, of the Beta Israelites or the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, against Moshe and against Aaron, Aharon. That was an attempted coup against almost like the church and state, against the leadership embodied in Moshe, right, in the person of Moses, right? You could say the authority, even the civil authority, right, and the holy authority, right, in the Moshiach, in the Messiah, right? Who is the Messiah? Aharon, the high priest. That's what they sought to take, to snatch that, almost to snatch the church and state, so to speak, while in the wilderness. And they were punished, and they died by an earthquake, right, and flames of fire. Well, for Datan, Abiram, and Korah, right, and their families, with the exception, here's the exception right here, is the sons of Korah. Because if Korah is their ancestors, right? And their fathers had went along with Korah and stood with him when the ground opened up, right, her mouth, then we wouldn't have the sons of Korah right here, right? But what this demonstrates is that the sons of Korah, right, they took how should we say they took action. They were proactive. Yeah, there we go. They were proactive, right? Covenant wise. And so Moshe said, get away from the tents, the tabernacles, the habitations, the dwellings of these wicked, these ratchet men, right? Everyone got away, right? That must have been a scene. That must have been a sight right there. You know what I mean? That the sons of Korah, right, here in Psalm 48, their forefathers, right, roughly almost 300 to like 400 years earlier, right? We're just looking at the psalm and putting things in context, right? So we can kind of see it like in, 3D, to see it in like, not just 360, but like 480, and then we up it to like 720, you know what I mean? Like 1080, you know what I mean? Then you start to see like in what they call it, 4K, you know what I mean? Or HD, right? Get that Hebrew, right, definition right there, sharp focus. Now that's the Korach that we're speaking of. There's two other Korahs, but they're actually Edomites. Kind of how interesting, right? Right there, the other Korahs, right? So here, the name Korach, right, was the name of two Edomites and three Israelites. But we're only addressing here this first Korach here, the son of Izhar. That's why it identifies him as the son of Izhar, the grandson of Kohath, the great grandson of Lewi, right? Just to specify that his genealogy is different than, you might hear, oh, so and so, oh yeah, I know so and so from such and such. Oh, no, that's a different so and so, right? But this is Korah here. So this is the psalm that we have right here, right, where the sparing of Jerusalem or Jerusalem from the invasion of the Assyrians is being celebrated. And in this psalm, just a couple of key phrases and words to pay attention to. Psalm 48, Mizmor Mim Chet, right? As the city of the great king, right? Speaking of the city, right? This is like to celebrate the city, celebrate the Zion, the deliverance of Zion. We say Zion, right? We didn't say the deliverance of Zionism, right? But the deliverance of Zion, the root, getting to the root, Zion, right? What and where is Zion? Can I then answer, Chaverim, from the scriptures? Can you define simply what Zion is, right? As the reality, is testified here in the scriptures, right? Concerning the Davidic, right? The Davidic throne, right? And the Davidic monarchy, that aspect of Zion. Remember, David captured that castle, from the Jebusites, right? And made it his castle, Zion, and even the city of David, that also took on the name of Zion, and how Zion was right there, approximate, like almost like proverbially speaking, a hop, skip, and a jump from Mount Moriah, right? And that whole area right there in the city, like the Jerusalem. So how Zion and Jerusalem together, geographically, right, is connected according to the topography of the scriptures. But the significance of Zion, right, represents, we could call it the Davidic, the church, the state first, the state or the kingdom, right, the Davidic, that covenant, right, that was given to David, right. And then when David brought the ark of the covenant, right, to Zion, to his city, right, and to his palace. But remember, notice the castle was called Zion, right? But then the city became the city of David, which also took on the name Zion, but especially when he brought the ark of the covenant, right, to Zion. That's what Psalm 24, on one level, it memorializes, right, that particular act right there, right? Psalm 24, which is, interestingly enough, it is the evening psalm for the first day of the Shavuot, that's called by the Gentiles in the world Sunday, right? First day, Psalm 24, right? The 24th Psalm. So David brought the Ark of the Covenant, placed it in a tent. And then there was a kind of a spiritual, Hebrew spirituality kind of renaissance, even demonstrated in the music. And this is what we have here in the Psalms, right? Because they went from the tabernacle of Moshe, the tabernacle of Moshe, and that particular form of we could call it worship. Prayer, offerings of sacrifice, offerings, and worship, right? More to the kind of prayer and praise, right? Worship that's signified by the tabernacle of David. So you'll find in certain areas of prophecy talk about the tabernacle of David. You know what I'm saying? In the direct, you could say the literal sense of the tabernacle, you know what I mean? The tabernacle of David, that was the particular order of worship that David HaMelech, he ordered. And one of those levels, we touched on this, I think, previously in the previous Shabua. Would have to go over those old shows and kind of like, even put in the title and description, some more of the information that could be found, within that. So for the clip farmers, going through it, give thanks as well. But talking about how David, he set the 24 orders of the Levites. You remember we spoke on that? I think it was Abiyah. It was one of the Psalms. Usually when we get into the Psalms, interesting. In the ancient times, even before and even during, right? And also somewhat after the time of Moshe Yeshua, right? The Psalms was one of the, how can you say, one of the tools of discipleship, the book of Psalms. The book of Psalms. That's why you find it's curious in the gospel. It says, yeah, and they went out into the garden of Gethsemane, right? Gethsemane, right? Or Gethsemane. And they were chanting psalms. They were singing psalms. It doesn't really tell us what psalms they were singing, but even Moshe, Yeshua, on the tree of his cross, if you get some of the verses, even the first where he says, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, right? My God, that's a psalm right there. And it's kind of interesting because we touched on, I think that psalm was one of the, I think it was 30, Psalm 30, I think it was Psalm 30, the one I think about the Hanukkah of the bait, right? It was in Psalm 30, right? Because Psalm 30 had a particular verse there that I don't know if I highlighted it when we went over that Psalm previously. So, you could check out, we still try to keep some of the Psalms on the title and in the description. So if one want to zoom in on a particular, it was Psalm 30, because that was the one I think for the Hanukkah, right? The Hanukkah of the house, where the dedication of the house, even that link there, explaining the Hebrew roots and culture of Hanukkah, right? Both as the word that's found, translated as dedication, right? And also the first application, right? The first application of that we have as well. Excuse me for a moment. In Numbers chapter 7, where the princes of Israel, where they all give offerings, right? They give gifts and they give offerings, for the dedication of the communal altar, right? The communal altar means that in the covenant, right, from Horeb, right, from Sinai, that the worship was to have one altar, right? And it wasn't like man and man could make an altar wherever, they want to, and they can go ahead and just go worship. No, that all worship will be at one place. And even the man them would not be like their forefathers, where their forefathers could play priests, and offer. No, they would have to do it, right, through the priesthood. Actually, my bad there. I'm still you can hear my talking. I'm talking, keeping to the mental point, but also, keeping some, what they call it, some RAM, some brain and mind RAM to find this here. So I found this actually in the next Psalm, Psalm 31, where we get to Psalm 31. So here's what's interesting from Psalm 22, right, where Moshiach says, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, my God, why hast thou forsaken me, right? Some say when we compare the Hebrew and the Aramaic, right, according to translation, it seems to have a more Aramaic flavor to it, but still it's the Hebrew base, the Hebrew psalm, right? The Western Semitic. Aramaic is Eastern Semitic, but be that as it may, right? He starts with Psalm, what was that, Psalm 22, right? As the 22nd Psalm, right there. And then there's things that he says, right, when we look at the narrative of the gospel. And then he gets to the point where he says, you know, like into your hands I commend my spirit. Remember, my soul, my spirit, into your hands I commend my spirit, I think is what it says. And then we get to Psalm 31. So from studying this and the Gospels, we have come to the conclusion, based on the evidence, that when Yeshua was even on the tree of his cross, the tree of his cross, that he was, going through what he was going through. It was the Psalms, right? The Psalms and the praises. Remember what it says, that David was a man after, right, the Lord Adonai's own heart. Right? So it's to Psalm 31, which is called and themed the faith of the persecuted, right? And in Psalm 31, if you go to verse like 5, it says, into thy hand, right, I commit my spirit. You hear? Into thy hand I commit my spirit. And then looking at it even in the Hebrew, biyadika afkid ruchi. Biyadika into your yad, biyadika, afkid, I commit. Almost like when you from like pakad, right? When you put something into one's trust. Like if people have like a safety deposit box or something like that, where you put certain things there. It has that kind of sense of committing something of value, for safekeeping in that sense. Biyadika, Biyadika afkid ruchi. Afkid ruchi, ruach, spirit, ruchi, my spirit. And then the second part of the verse, thou hast redeemed me, Yahweh, right? Thou God of truth. Now that is a point to the truth. So we look into the gospel according to Yohanan or John, also known as John the Revelator. We look into the gospel according to Yohanan of John. We get to see within that gospel where he speaks about truth, how he uses truth and connects God, the true God, right? And shall know the true God. You know what I mean? And here we have the second part of some of the last words, right, of Yeshua on the cross. So could it have been from Psalm like 22 to 22, the crucifixion psalm, right? All the way till we get to like Psalm like 30, right? 30, 31. That's not like in the Hebrew, that's not chanting it. That's not that would be what from roughly from what they said from the 3 o'clock hour to the 9 o'clock hour. Notice how they even changed the time on the clock. The 3 o'clock hour to 9 o'clock hour where Yeshua was on the tree, right, of his cross, right, is what we call today 9 to 3. But in the scriptures, right, the Hebrew telling of time, as well as, curiously enough, the Ethiopian, right, the royal Ethiopian telling of time, right, is just like the biblical telling of time. So when it says from the 9th hour to the 3rd hour of the day, and no, they say opposite. It's the 3rd hour to the 9th hour. The 3rd hour would be what we call 9 a.m. Right, and it was around the 6th hour. Remember, it was around the 6th hour that there was like, was it like an earthquake? Or it got dark. It got like nighttime during the day, right? And people took that. Some say that it was an eclipse, some sort of eclipse at that time. And this is how sometimes ones who study these things can approximate pretty accurately based on the information, the exact time that the Bible testifies, and how there are certain extra biblical evidence that kind of proves it, just to prove, the word is true. Because he says, thou hast redeemed me, O Yahweh, thou God of truth, right? So here he says, padita oti, padita oti. Padita, you redeem. Padita, the I male redeem. Oti, me, you redeem me. Right? Padita oti. Right? Padita oti Yahweh, he who be who you be. El emet. El Emet, El Emet, El Emet, like Emet, like Emmett Till, Emet, truth, right? El, Almighty, or translated as God or Almighty of truth, right? Almighty truth, you have redeemed me. Faithful to his yea, and amen, amen. And it's interesting because into thy hand I commit my spirit from Psalm 31, verse 5. This is Hebraically and Judaically, right? And also traceable, right, into the ancient, like, synagogue liturgy, right? Is a part of what is said. This is the theme of the concluding lines of the synagogue hymn. Remember that it was Yeshua's custom, right? As even Yehudi Torah observant, even do to this day, there's a certain order, right? And here that this verse that connects with the words of Moshiach on the tree of his cross, right, at the conclusion. So we get the words at the beginning from the Psalms, and then we get these words at the end, right, or at the fulfillment, right, from the Psalm. In the Adon Olam, right, the Spirit is the breath of life, right, and therefore he, Moshiach, Messiah in the Psalms, entrusts his life into Yahweh, into Eloheinu, right, where you say he goes to his God, right, our God, right, to his Father, to our Father, right? Just to point that out right there. So here, without further ado, so this psalm here, the city of the great king. Remember, even Yeshua, when he's speaking, he even speaks about the great king, like when he talks about not swearing, don't swear at all, right? That some swear by, the city, swear by the city of the great king, like, and this is also drawing, right, on Dawid and drawing on the book of Psalms and drawing on the man who wrote the book of Psalms, who's recorded as being as Yahweh's own, heart. You know what I mean? Man after his own heart, right? So the city of the great king, and the great king would be, right, Dawid, right? And those kings of Dawid, right? Remember, it's a monarchy. That's the key. It's a monarchy. It is under Yahweh's protection, that city, and secure from would-be ravagers. And therefore, the prayer here in Psalm 48 is, may this guardianship be continued forever and ever. So in Psalm 48, we have the note of joy that predominates throughout, speaking on Elohim, Yahweh Eloheinu, in the midst of her. He is in the midst of her, right? Zion, Zion, he's in the midst of her, right? And then we have the defeat of the besiegers, the would-be ravagers, and then concluding the psalm, right, the meditation, the idetation upon the event. So in the final portion of the psalm is like a medi, like from verses like 9 to 14 is the meditation and idetation, right, upon the event. So because Yahweh Elohim is in her midst, it's almost like because the spirit of Yahweh is in your soul, is the same way that Yahweh, that Elohim, is in the midst of her, in the midst of Zion. Because both Zion, Zion is she, and Nefesh, soul, psyche, is she, right? So he, right, in spirit and in truth, his spirit, therefore the Holy Spirit being in the midst, there is surety, there is security, for surety. Therefore, the enemies, those who besiege, like the Assyrians did to Jerusalem, right? They will be they are already defeated, right? We call those things that be not as though they were. They're already defeated, and therefore we meditate, upon this event, upon this event horizon. So we had that one right there, them hark, share them hark right there, here. Let us just seal up right here and touch on Psalm 82, since we're between the evenings here, but here, Psalm 48 again.
Rastafari, Africa is a must, so nobody fuss now cuss. You have to jump on this your bus, Zion born, right?
Psalm 48.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח.
Great is the Lord and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the city of the great king. God is known in her palaces for a refuge. For lo, the kings were assembled. They passed by together. They saw it, and so they marveled. They were troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them there, and pain as of a woman in travail. Thou breakest the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. Selah. We have thought of thy loving kindness, O God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Judah be glad because of thy judgments. Walk about Zion, and go round about her. Tell the towers thereof. Mark ye well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that ye may tell it to the generation following. For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide forever, 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 forever.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח. גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, בעיר אלוהינו הר קודשו. יפה נוף משוש כל הארץ, הר ציון ירכתי צפון, קריית מלך רב. אלוהים בארמנותיה נודע למשגב, כי הנה המלכים נועדו, עברו יחדיו. המה ראו כן תמהו, נבהלו נחפזו. רעדה אחזתם שם, חיל כיולדה. ברוח קדים תשבר אוניות תרשיש. כאשר שמענו כן ראינו, בעיר אדוני צבאות, בעיר אלוהינו. אלוהים יכונניה עד עולם סלע. דימינו אלוהים חסדך בקרב היכליך. כשמך אלוהים, כן תהילתך על קצווי ארץ, צדק מלאה ימיניך. ישמח הר ציון, תגלנה בנות יהודה למען משפטיך. שובו ציון והקיפוה, ספרו מגדליה. שיטו לבכם לחילה, פסגו ארמנותיה. למען תספרו לדור אחרון, כי זה אלוהים אלוהינו עולם ועד, הוא ינהגנו על מות.
Here, Mishma'ah Yisrael. Here for the 48th Rastafari sabbatical Torah portion, reading and feeding the manna, the angels, bread right here. Here we pick up with 5th book of Moses, the Hebrew book called Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 18. Here for this Shabbat, for this Torah portion, reading and feeding the 48th. Here. Shoftim ושותרים תיתן לך בכל שעריך אשר יהוה אלוהיך נותן לך לשבתיך ושפטו את העם משפט צדק. Here for the Hebrew first words, the first words here for this 48th Rastafari sabbatical study for this Shabbat. The Shabbat Shoftim, Sabbath judges. Here, picking up the fifth book of Moshe, Hebrew book, called Deuteronomy chapter 16, picking up here at verse 18. Judges and officers, Shoftim v'shotrim. Judges and officers shalt thou make thee in all thy gates, which Yahuwah Eloheka, which Jehovah, the I Elohim, giveth thee throughout thy tribes, and they shall judge. They shall judge Ha'am with just judgment. Here. Hebrew first words here. Shoftim v'shotrim titena leka b'kol she'areka asher Yahweh Eloheka noten leka lisha ba'teka v'shaftu et ha'am mishpat tzedek. Judges. Shoftim. Justice shalt thou follow. Tzedek tirdofa. Justice shalt thou follow. Tzedek tirdofa, that thou mayest live and inherit the land which Yahuwah Eloheka giveth thee. Tzedek tirdofa, litma'ana tichye, yarashta eta ha'aretza asher Yahuwah Eloheka notena lak.
So right there for this 48th weekly Torah portion, the sabbatical study for this Shabbat Strong, we have Shoftim. Here, Shoftim, judges. Here, picking up Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 8, in the fifth book of Moshe, Devarim, the words, especially pointing to the 10, right? 10 words. So here, Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 18, we have judges and officers, right? The Shotarim, right? And the Shoftim and the Shotarim. The Shoftim and the Shotarim. Let's bring this out right here. That's Shoftim, various fonts, right, of the Asherit, what's called the Asherit Ivrit, right there, Shoftim, right? Hakim. Shoftim, judges. Now we segue from Psalm 48, right, which is the deliverance of Zion, right? And about to segue to Psalm 82, the evening psalm here in the Shabua, the standing psalm, the evening psalm, right, for the third day of the Shabua, right? And that is the day that's coming forward. And we have Psalm 82. So the connection of this Torah reading and feeding, Shoftim, let's bring it up right here. So here we have judges and officers, right? Judges and officers shalt thou make thee in all thy gates, that Yahweh Eloheka giveth thee throughout thy tribes, and they shall judge the people with just judgment, with righteous or just judgment.
Here. Mishma'a Yisrael. Here for the 48th Rastafari sabbatical Torah portion, reading and feeding the manna, the angel's bread right here. Here we pick up with fifth book of Moses, the Hebrew book called Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 18. Here for this Shabbat, for this Torah portion, reading and feeding the 48th. Here. Shoftim v'shotrim titein leka b'kol she'areka asher Yahuwah Eloheka noten leka lisha ba'teka v'shaftu et ha'am mishpat tzedek. Here for the Hebrew first words, the first words here for this 48th
48th sabbatical study. So here we have Shoftim. Hold on. Hey, brother Zion. Yes, Burhana Tzion. Stand by, stand by. Stand by, stand by. Check the link, check the link. Yeah, so we have Shoftim right here. Just went over those first words, right? First words here for this 48 sabbatical site. So it's like 48. We here at like 48 of let's call it 48 of 54. Right? The 54 weekly Torah portions here. Right? 48 of 54. Right? Give me one moment right here. Let's see. Okay. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Yeah. Just wanna send this forward. Right? Send this forward right here. Okay, give me one moment. Here we go. Yeah, so shoftim. So let's go through some of the first words right here. All right, shoftim. So shoftim can be spelled SHOF. Some of the older spellings have PH. So sometimes the transliterations would have like the PH, PHF, FPH, right? And same with the Hebrew letter. Some say pe or pay, right? Fe, right? But we have shoftim, right? For judges. That comes from the root word shafat, right? So what is shafat? Right? Shafat is the root word here. BDB has it as to judge, to govern, to vindicate, to punish, right? So now when we see the kal, Hebraically the kal is like it's interesting. Remember, it said a blessing and a curse, right? The previous Torah portion, re'eh, right, right, that we have a baraka and a kalala, right, is curse, but actually it means like one means like to increase, baraka, right, to prosper, to increase, right, and then the kalala is like to be like of light worth, like of trifle, right, to be trifle, to be of little account. So one is like to be increased, right? And one is like plus and minus, basically within that sense. But the kal from kalal, right, means the light. The light, not light, like illumination light, but like it's not very heavy. It's not heavy, right? So this is often like the root here, in the root sense, right? The root sense, right? Or some will call it the weak sense, because the different forms of the Hebrew, the 7 basic builds, right? The binyan, the binyan, like binyan, not binyamin, right? Binyan, like the building, right? The building, how it's constructed. This is like the root right here. So the shafat, as a verb, is to act as a lawgiver or judge or governor, right? This can be applied to Elohim, of course, and also to man, right? To shafat, right? And so here we have the A1A, right? In the sense of to rule or to govern or to judge, right? So when we look into even ancient systems in the ancient world, we can kind of clearly see this, where many times like the kings, were like the rulers, but they also the judge, or say the judge, right, would be like the local ruler, right? Even in some of the old sheriff sense, right? So we have the sheriff idea, right? And remember that emblem, what I mean? What they call the Magen David, that the sheriff, right? Sheriff. Here we have Shafat, right? To rule, to govern, to judge. The secondary sense of this word depends on the context, right? To decide controversy, to decide controversy, right? This, of course, is a function of Elohim, right? As well as the function of man, right? And thirdly, to execute judgment, right? Discriminating, right? Like to discriminate. Now, of course, that's interesting. We use the word discriminate. There's that clip from Sizzler and Capleton, where he says like somehow discrimination. Do we have that one right there? Somehow world. It's something that clip there, right? I don't know if we have that up there. We need to have a certain type of world in which we have no discrimination. Now, of course, I think a little more better, it should have been or could have been said or can be said as no racial but racial discrimination, yeah, discrimination, in that sense. But it depends on how we look at race. See then that brings in a whole other kind of conversation there. But the sense of discriminating right here, discriminating in the Hebrew and the Torah sense, is between that which, according to Yahweh's word, his dabarim, is righteous, and that which is ratchet. So it's not really dependent on our subjective. So in that sense, the judges, right, the shoftim, right, there should be an objective perspective, right, an objective perspective based on what Yahweh has said. This is why we look at Psalm 82 and we realize that the shoftim in Psalm 82 are called Elohim. Why are they called Elohim? Right? Why are the shoftim, right, called Elohim, right, within Psalm 82? Right? See, that's the sense there, right? Because otherwise, and that's the true, okay, here it's called establish a world. Yeah, I got it. I was looking for it on the back channel right there. I got both of these right here. Give me one moment so we can just share this audible so you too can know what we're referring to, and come to your own understanding, your own conclusion. Check it out here.
We need to establish a world where there is no discrimination, no oppression, no exploitation. We need to dismantle the shackles of hate and destruction, because love are the healing force where King Selassie prescribed it for all nation and nation. To embrace the feeling of love, it is very important. It compels the heart for justification. So all the man we are dealing with love, let me see what touch with one hand, right? All the man, let me see. I love all the man, yeah man. Where's the color? Don't know how them say that you don't have no love. You don't know so red, gold and green are the color for the earth. You know me, I saw them say. Even the stoplight, you know me, I say. So all I want to deal with love, say, Holy Emmanuel.
Even the color of the stop sign, the lamps there, you know what I mean? The red, the red, gold, and green, and that also was an invention, hashtag FBA, that was an invention of, black people, even here in these here Americas. You know what I'm saying? So just to point that out right there. But yeah, that's the part where he says about not have discrimination. But of course, we're seeing it in the context there. It's like the racial, the racist, you know what I mean? Discrimination, in that sense, in the, what do you say? Not proper judging, but grudging, right? So that type of racial discrimination is not proper judgment, right? But it's begrudgment, if you can over it, and we have this for that, right? No, come again, right? More follow. So the true sense here is to execute judgment, right? And so the discriminating is based on what? It's based on Torah. That's why when we understand the principles here in Torah concerning justice, judgment, and the connection with the Elohim, right? Those men collectively known as Elohim, right? Within Yisrael, because also Psalm 82, even when it says, I've said ye are gods, right? Is speaking, to the responsible men, the judges, we can say, of Yisrael. That's why in this Torah reading and feeding, it says not just judges, though it's called this Torah portion shoftim, it's actually shoftim with shotarim. Shoftim with shotarim, and the shotarim. So the shofet, right? Shofet, a judge, shoftim, judges. Shota, almost like shada, shota, a shota, right? Shota is an officer, right? So judges and officers, right? Now, it's interesting where we're going with this right here and where the Torah is actually going with this. This means that within Yisrael, there was to be, right, what we would call today they call police. We say fireburn or whatnot and this and, because their judgment is not true judgment, but a begrudgment, right, by and large, although in some ways the principles can be found. Many of these principles, common law principles, can be even found, right, amongst the Gentiles. Why? Well, because they had the Bible, right? So they did pick up a couple of, better things. Now, whether they do it accordingly, right, a similar judgment that we have in Psalm 82 can be applied to them on the principle of bad judgment, right, or begrudgment. So here, in the true sense, is executing judgment according to Yahweh's his word, right? According to Ha Torah, right? Vindicating. That means when you execute judgment and you discriminate rightly, right? Some get vindicated, right? Or even justified, right? So justification, vindication, it's all connected with this word here. Check it. So when we say a justification, so through Moshiach comes that justification, right? Why? Because he is, right, a judge, right? He judges, right? He vindicates or justifies one, right? And condemns or punishes the other. Then we have the sense of judgment where he judges, right? In the theophanic sense. Theophanic, theo is God in the Greek, and phanos, right? Phanos mean like to appear, right? So theophanic mean like God appearing, right? The God appearing, like a scene like that, right? In that sense, that judgment scene, right? God appearing, right? So right here, the theophanic advent, the first advent, and some say the second advent, right? Or the advent here, right? Whether first or second, we have the advent, it could be the third advent, something to consider, right? For final judgment, right? For final judgment, right? This is the sense of like the day of the Lord, right? Day of Adonai, Yahweh, Elohim, where he will judge. But now in the more emphatic sense, in the Nephil sense, right? In the Nephil sense, right? We have to enter into controversy, right? To enter into controversy, to plead, right? To have controversy together, right? To have a controversy together, to be judged. The Poel, now you see the Poel sense, this is where we get Shoftim, right? When we look at the primary seven sounds, the ancient seven sounds of the Afro-Shemitic, what ones may call the spirit of it, or in grammar language, one was called the vowels, the true vowels. Some think that only has two or three because they're caught up on English, they're stuck on English in the Western Gentile mind, right? But from the ancient, right, there were these different, right, inflections of a word according to the different spirit of what you're saying. But the base sense here is shafat, right, shafat, right, and that's the root of shoftim. Shoftim is basically judges, right, just like the book of Judges, right, the book of Judges, right. So a judge is a shofet, shofet from the poel sense, poel, right, shofet, right, judge, shofet, right, or shoftim, right, the judges, right, shofet, an opponent at law. So in the Hebrew context, right, it's an opponent at Torah. So that means, say, if I am a judge, or I know Torah, like what they say in the New Covenant sense, like a lawyer, one who understood Torah, right? And I am arguing, say, for this person on behalf. I'm seeking to vindicate them, right? To get them justification, you know what I mean? Of vindication, you know what I mean? And you on the opposite side, right? Because your client or the one you're defending, right? So therefore, what you want to do for my client, you want to oppose them at Torah. So we're going from the Torah perspective of this because this is, the Hebrew, the Hebrew scripts here, right? So Strong's definition now goes and brings out the primitive root to judge, right? So shafat, to judge. So what is judge? Let's ask the question, what is judge, right? To judge. You know what judge really is? It's the secondary entry right here. To pronounce, sentence. The key words here in the definition is the italicized words. Judge, sentence, vindicate, or punish. So what is shafat? Right? Judge, sentence, vindicate, or punish. Well, sentence in what sense? You can sentence for on behalf of one, or you can sentence against them. Right? Isn't that what the judge does? The judge hears the case. If it's a judge case, not a jury case, but a judge case, they hear the case. Right? And this is interesting because usually, even in studying, the Israelites of Ethiopia and, the royal order, right? In Ethiopia, we got to see that they would usually have like three judges, right? Three judges. You know what I mean? Like usually like a three judge, like a, that triune sense, right? Three judges right there. So once you hear the case, right, if you think that this one is innocent based on the evidence, then your sentence will be in favor or for that one. But if this one, based on the evidence and based on Torah, based on law, right, it's against them, therefore it will be against them. So one will be vindicated, one say falsely accused, they're justified, they're vindicated, right? While the other one will be punished. Now the extension of this idea, right, is to govern, right? To govern, right? So generally speaking, to govern, right? Or in a passive sense, like I said before, if you're defending, right, your client, I'm defending my client. So when I come at, when you come against my client, I'm litigating. If I'm defending client, but now if I'm judging the case, right, if I'm judging the case, right, then I will be governing the proceedings, right, and then I'll be pronouncing the sentence, right, whether it's a judge trial or it's a jury trial, right, pronouncing sentence for or against, and that must be based on something, right, that must be based on here according to scripture, Torah, right. So that's why it says like how the word is used to avenge, to condemn, contend. This is all, everything from the plus, the minus and the plus, avenge, that, condemn. All of that is how this word is translated elsewhere in the King James Version. So in some cases, the same shafat, right, means to contend, right, right, and it can mean shafat can mean to defend. So I'm contending for my client, and you're defending your client, right? And the other one who has this knowledge, the judge, will be judging. You know what I'm saying? Executing the judgment, pronouncing the sentence. Judge, judgment, right? Plead. To plead is one of the words, but also notice this word also brings out a sense of to reason. So in some cases in the Bible, KJV, where it says to reason, the underlying word is shafat, right? And we don't like judge this in yourself, judge this in yourself. Like, somebody brings something to you, you have to look at both sides of it, and weigh it, the weighing of it. So here we have judges and officers. So we have the shafat, the root of shoftim, and then we have shotarim. Now here they define shotarim as an official or an officer. Shoter, a shotter, a shoter, like shotter, shoter, right? This reminds me of how they have in the Gentiles, among the Gentiles, based on common law and some things they glean from the Bible. They have the police, the officers, police officer. Remember, it's police officer, right? And the officers, right? They do one job, and then usually it's a job. The basic principle was or is that it's the officers, if they have to make an arrest, right, then the person will go before a magistrate, right? You hear that in some the English systems. They'll go before a magistrate, right? Like sometimes somebody, gets caught up and they're trying to plead their case to the officer. How many times has it been when an officer would be like, I hear what you're saying, man. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, you might be right, but you know what? I can't. I got to bring you to the magistrate, because the magistrate is the other one who determines that. So notice how these two things right here is not for redundancy, but it shows that there was even this ancient order, right? What we saw about the police on one level, the officers, the police to do that regulation, and then you have the other side of it, like the law. It's always the law and order, right? You get that sentence right here, the law and order. Judges, the Hebrew law and order. That'll be good to name this podcast, Introduction into the Hebrew Law and Order. So we get the judges from Shafat, the Shoftim, and then we have the officers from Shotarim, right? So notice what it's all about, y'all, right? The origin, the act, right? Part of an otherwise unused root, right? They say probably meaning to write, right? And understanding some of the linguistics, I know where they're going with that. You know what I mean? And yeah, to write. So notice how usually the police or the officers, right? We say police officer, and we often say police, but remember that police, you know what police really mean? Police means city. It's interesting. Psalm 48, yeah? The evening psalm for the second day, 48, speaking about the city, how Yahweh protects the city. The city, right? The city, police, like metropolis, metropolis, right? Tomato, tomato, metropolis. You know what I'm saying? So police, right? As we say, policy, right? And then the politics, right? You can see how the link senses, go together. So this is the ones who write, right? Who write right here, right? Right? To write or properly to be a scribe, whether by analogy or implication, to be a scribe, right? Isn't that what like the officers have to do? When they they walk a beat or something like that, they got to write down, okay, I was over here, did this is what I saw, if anything interesting, then I went over here, and then this is why like a lot of police officers, they're like, oh man, and when they have to arrest somebody, they know when they go in to arrest somebody, they have to sit down. What do they have to sit down and do? And write up something. They got to write up something. And then that write up, it has to go before a who? Before a judge, right? Or a magistrate. You know what I'm saying? So it's this sense here that we have right here in the Hebrew scriptures, properly a scribe, right? Or an official superintendent or magistrate. Now, when you look at some systems, certain of the officers that we would call police officers in this system, right, this Gentile system, they have the powers, right, that are similar to a judge, right? But then even above them is like another judge, So in some systems, sometimes officers can make certain legal decisions, right? Depends on, of course, with the law, the statutes, all of that. But the basic idea I just want to show you is that in this verse here, picking up with this 48th sabbatical study, we have judges and officers. Shalt thou make thee in all thy gates. Each gate was like a city, like an area, like not a block. Yeah, we could say a block as we would say today, but it was like a community, right? So in all of the gates and all the communities, what do they call it? A gated, right? A gated community. Ain't nothing new under the sun, right? So in all thy gates, that Yahweh Eloheka giveth thee throughout thy tribes. So that means that now we have to just imagine this was the number of the Bnei Israel, right? How many, judges and officers. Now, if you remember, after the Exodus, Moshe's Midianite father-in-law, who happened to be a Kohen, a Hebrew Kohen, a priest, he came forward with Moshe's, like his wife and his children, right? He came forward, and when he saw Moshe, like judging, remember Moses was judging. I think it's Exodus 18. When he see Moses like judging from like morning to evening, you know what I'm saying? All the cases and all of the Bnei Israel, all the Israelites standing before him. Can you imagine, like when you go to court or you go somewhere to get something done, some official something done, and you got to stand on a line and you look around and you're like, man, this line is really long, but I really need to get this done, whatever it is. Can you imagine? And then you look at, see how many tellers there are, how many windows there's open, right? And so if there's a lot of windows open or there's some new ones that come on duty and another window opens up so the line kind of gets less long and everything. But now imagine if there's a big line and you look and say, well, how many people judging this? Like how many people are at the window? You're like tellers. And you look and you see there's a one person. He's like, oh my gosh. That's what Yitro, you know what I mean? That's what Jethro saw, right? In the Exodus chapter. Yeah. And that's Let's go there for a moment. Let's go there because here we have to, it says, here a little, there a little. That was also a discipleship principle there. Here a little, there a little, line upon line, precept upon precept. Here a little, there a little. Right? So let's go over here a little. Right? Just here a little. Right? Right? So you see what it said when Jethro, the Kohen, the priest of Midian, Moshe's Hotain, heard all that high Elohim had done for Moshe and for Israel, Amo, his people, and that Yahweh had brought Yisrael, Mitzrayim, right? So he came and he brought Zipporah, Moses' wife, right, and his two sons, right? So let's scroll down here, right? And we scroll down here, right? it's interesting what happens. There's a whole other point. There's a lot of points here. You'll notice in verse 10 that Moshe is the first one on record to bless Yahweh. So when I call Moshe a Hebrew priest, some people get confused because they don't really understand correctly what Hebrew really means, or the function, right? Here, he blessed Yahweh, who had delivered, right, the children of Israel out of the hand of the Mitzrayim, and out of the hand of Paro, out of the hand of the great house, who have delivered Amo, the people, Ha'am, from under the hand, the yad of the Mitzrayim, right? And then he says here's a confession of his face, right? Jethro, Moshe's Midianite father-in-law. Now I know, he says. Now I know, right? He might have believed before, right? You know, you believe something, you have faith, you credit it, and then you get to recognize it's really real. It manifests. You know, you have an experience. Now I know that Yahweh greater than all the Elohim, greater than all the gods. For in the thing, right, that they dealt proudly, he was above, right? He was higher than them. Does it say that he was most high? Does it say that he was most high right here? Because sometimes higher, it says Alehem, not Elyon, but Alehem, right? He was higher than them. So Jethro says this, Ata, Yadayati, right? Ata, like now, Ata, Yadayati, I know, Yadati, right? Yadayati. Now I know Kia Gadol, Yahweh. Now I know that great, important Gadol is Yahweh Mikol, from all Ha Elohim, from all the gods, right? From all the gods, whether they are gods, or they're statues, idols, whether they're other judges, human judges that think they have some divinity to them. You know, he is greater than all of them. Ki Ba Dabar, because in the thing, Ba Dabar or Vadavar, Ba Dabar, right? In the word, that his word, Yahweh's word, was done, right? Badabar Asher Zaru, right? But this here is saying, because in the word that Asher, that which Zadu, Slika, Ki Badabar Asher Zadu, in the word that they were Zadu, they were Zadu, from Zud. Zud is a root word here, but in the form Zadu. They were seized up, they were boiled up, you know, like something boiling, they were piping hot, right? They acted proudly, they acted presumptuously, they acted rebelliously, you know what I mean? Like the priests and the magicians and the netters or netcheru, right? But Yahweh, you know, Eloheinu is the netcher of nature, right? He's the one that created the netchers, the forces of nature, you know what I mean? They acted presumptuously, they acted rebelliously. They were presumptuous, they were arrogant, right? They were rebellious, they were proud, right? But what happened? Alehem. But he was all. He was up on them. He was above them, right? So here's the part right here I want to get to. So here, Jethro, Moshe's father-in-law, took a burnt offering and sacrificed for Elohim, for Elohim. Look at that. So Moses' father-in-law, check how this goes right here. That's why I say he was a Hebrew, right? And here's where he fully became a Hebrew, I would say, right? Because here he comes forward after everything that had gone on. He's the first one to bless Yahweh. Out of 600,000 plus, right, B'nai Israelites, right? He, right, and you could say a foreign priest, but a foreign priest whose spirituality is not foreign to the B'nai Israel. That's why it's Moshe's father-in-law. People, you know, like I hear some other Yehudi, some other Jews, they be like saying, you know, he was a heathen priest. No, you're a heathen priest. You know what I mean? He was, right, a Hebrew, right? And he testifies so right here. But now notice, if he's some heathen, and he's come up here and giving offering and blessing Yahweh not saying nothing about that, right? He's allowing that. He's allowing that because it's kosher. You know, it's kosher. So he took a burnt offering and sacrifice for Elohim, right? Notice that Moshe was in his house preparing those 40 years, right? So he could be fit, right, to be that deliverer for Yisrael, right? So he brought forward burnt offering and sacrifices for Elohim. And Aaron came, and all the elders of Yisrael to do what? To eat bread, right, with Moshe's father-in-law. So all the elders, the Ziknei Yisrael, And the elders, we have to understand the order of society. All right, because then we see what we're going through as once lost now found. Where's the elders? All right, all the elders of Israel, they came to eat bread. They came to break bread, right, with Moshe's father-in-law, right, before Elohim. Right now, here's the part that we want to get to right here. Right, Moshe Rabbeinu. All right, often referred to him in the old covenant sense, Rabbeinu. He was that mediator. He was I rabbi. He was I scholar. You know, he was that great one. Right, Rabbeinu. Right, that Moshe sat to judge. Look what Moses did. He sat to do what? To shafat. Here's our word again. Right, shafat. So this clearly displays that Moshe was a shofet. Right, he was a judge. Right, to judge Ha'am, to judge the people. And notice what happened. The people stood by Moshe from morning, from the boker, from the break of day, the boker tov, break of day, good, a good break of day, you know, like the new day, right? To the evening, to the Ereb, Ereb tov, good evening, Ereb tov, to the evening, right? So imagine all day. You know, you go to get something done and you stand online for hours. Now, I don't know if someone even have patience. Hours. That's why people say, I could do this online. You know what I mean? Stay online. Nobody got time for that. But notice, back in them days, you know, these things that we have, they didn't have them there. So the people stood by Moshe from the break of day, right, to evening. And no, so it was just Moses. It was just Moshe. Moshe is there, you know, sitting on his square, like sitting on the square, so to speak, you know what I mean? Judging, right? All of Israel, for real. And no, this happened the next day, right? This happened the next day. And, you know, Moharat. So the Moharat, the day after, the next day. And when Moshe's father-in-law, this is Jethro, a whole Torah portion named for his name, Jethro. When he saw, right, all that he did to the people. Notice the language of scripture. All that he did to the people. Right? Really, you're going to have all these people just waiting for you, right? From one, like every day, this is what you've been doing, Moshe, right? He said, what is this thing? And he was like, yo, what's our going? What is this thing? What's this thing? What's this thing that thou doest? You know, what up, though? You know, what up, though? You know what I mean? What's this thing that thou doest? You know, what's this thing that thou doest, right? To the people. What are you doing to the people? Because remember, Moshe was the only judge. See, I'm pointing to this because this is where there's this ancient system of the shofs. We call it the shofs, right? It kind of also connects with where they were, you know, in Mitzrayim too. That's another important. We start to understand, you know, the corresponding cultures too. The ancient system of the shofs, the ancient system of some people who call it the shepherd rulers, shepherd kings. In other words, even amongst people who were just like farmers and shepherds and cow herders and everything, they were very organized. Right? They were very organized, you know, especially if they had a certain number. And look at the number of the Bnei Yisrael. Right? Look at the number of the children of Israel. So, you know, this here is like, wow, you know, what Moses was doing. But it also tells us another thing too. They just came out of Mitzrayim and everybody got a case. You know, somebody got a case, you know, something to be resolved. I need justice. You know, I need justice. I need somebody to give me justice for my situation, right? And notice what he says furthermore. He says, what is this thing that thou doest? What up, though? Right? What is it that you do to the people? Right? Why sittest thou thyself alone? Oh, wow. You see, I was telling you that he was sitting lebado, by himself alone, and all the people. He didn't say some people, a couple of people. He's saying all the people stand by thee from morning, from the boker, right, to the ereb, right, from the morning to the evening. Can you imagine? I don't know if it was it tented or they just out there. It was out there. And Moshe said to his father-in-law. So Moses, you know, he got a response to that, right? He says to his father-in-law, his chotain, he says, because the people come to me to inquire of Ha-Elohim, to inquire of the true good, the true God. All right. Remember, these are people who are coming out of like, it's like Stockholm, like Stockholm syndrome, like you're in this condition and you say, okay, if that's not the reality, right, then let me ask you, so Elohim, right, the God of our fathers, of our patriarchs, the Hebrew patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, like what's he like, and I have a case here, with my neighbor, since we came out of Mitzrayim, he owed me something, from back there, and when they have a matter, look what it says, when they have a matter, basically when they have a debar, when they have a word, like Moshe, can I get a word with you, man? I got to speak to you about something. They come to me. So Moshe's handling this. Moses got it, handling. And I judge. Remember, Moses is like 80 years old, yo. That's another thing too. All right, you check it out. Moshe, according to the narrative, according to the text, he's 80 years old. He spent like 40 years with Yitro, with Jethro, right, and Zipporah, and he had his 2 sons and all that, right. When he fled from Mitzrayim after that murder charge. You know what I'm saying? And when they have a matter, they come to me and I judge. And he does what? Let's look at the word judge. Shafat. He's shafat. Right? He judges. Right? He judges between one and another. Right? And I do make them know. Right? He make them know. He's making them cognizant, right, of the statutes of Elohim. Right? And his laws. Right? And his what? And his Torot. Notice that laws here, the Torah here is in the plural sense, Torot. Basically means his instructions. Just as we have in the Torah, we have different instruction. The instruction to a woman in childbirth is different instruction than to the leper. Is different instruction than the kashrut, clean and unclean food. It's a different instruction than the offering of the burnt offering. The burnt offering Torah instruction is different than the offering of shalamim, peace offerings, and then the offering of free will offerings. Than the offering of sin offering. Each one of them have a particular Torah, right? Instruction, right? Direction, right? So this is what he's making them to know, right? Between a man and his fellow. So when it says one, it says between a ish, right? Between the ish and Reah, ish and Reah, right? Re'ehu, right? Re'ehu, his Reah. What is Reah? His friend, his companion, his Reah, right? His friend, his fellow citizen. And Moshe's father-in-law said, what? That's a great thing you're doing. My bad. No, he don't say nothing of the sort. Moses' father-in-law, Hotain, said to him, the thing, right? The what? The debar, the word, right? So what's the word? You get he gives the word. And then the response is the word, right? That thou doest. So this is the word that you're doing. Right, is lo tov. It's not good. Right? Remember, Jethro was the first after the Exodus to offer burnt offering. So he burnt that. He was like, nah, that's lo tov. That's not tov. It's not good. It's not tov. It's not good. It's not pleasant. You think it's pleasant? You wait online to get some business done, and you're waiting like all day. You say, man, I was at that office. I was down there, all day. I was online all day. That's not agreeable. That's not pleasant. You know what I mean? That's not good. You know what I mean? But notice why he told him it's not good. Thou will surely, for sure, no doubt about it, right? Wear away, right? The Hebrew sense is like in wearing, like being worn out, you're going to wear away. That's how intensive it is. Right? Both thou, you're going to wear yourself down, and also this people, right? That is with you, right? For this thing, once again, it's the same word for this dabar, this word, this speech, what you just told me, right? This is too heavy. Is what kabed. It has gravity to it, too much gravity, too much weight, right? It's heavy, it's great, right? It's great, it's burdensome, right? It's too heavy for you. Right? Remember, Moses was doing all this alone. Right? I mean, 600 some. Remember, there were like 600 men, over 600,000. 600,000 men. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Out of all the tribes, every tribe, right? Thou art not able. You're not able to perform it thyself alone. He didn't say you can't do the judgeship, and be a judge and work out things for the people, but you can't do it by yourself alone, right? Fading thou will fade, you'll fade away, right? Hearken. Now in verse 19, Exodus 18:19, right? What a year, 18:19. Hearken, Shema, right? Turn to Shema, right? Shema, hear and obey. This is the key. Hear me and do this and obey my voice. I will give thee counsel. And notice, Jethro, right, being this Midianite Hebrew priest, notice he's not so big up, right? He said, I'm going to give you good advice. I'm giving you advice, counsel, and Elohim shall be with you, right? That Emmanuel effect, right? And Elohim shall be with thee, right? Be thou for the people, right? To Godward, to Elohim, towards Elohim. In other words, be there for the people. You got to be there, but you are for the people to Elohim, right? That you may bring the causes, right? And what are the causes? The causes, the bar. Once again, it's the word, right? The words, the barim, the bar, the words to Elohim, to God, right? To God. And notice he goes on. He doesn't stop there. Right? He says, thou shalt teach them ordinances, right? Thou shalt teach, right? Zahar, thou shalt. And now this is deep right here. Not to go into it, right? But here we have Zahar. Somebody taught the Zohar. The Zohar come from Zahar, right? One level of it, right? To teach, right? To send out light, to shine, Zahar, right? Zahar, right? To be taught, but in the emphatic sense, it can be to be taught, or when you admonish somebody, you teach them, but it's like teaching and warning, right? But it has a twofold sense. Zahar, depending on the context, to teach, to warn, or to shine, to send out light in a figurative sense, like, yo, so-and-so enlightened me. That means they taught me, but they also warned me, they admonished me on some things, they gleaned. To enlighten by caution. In the figurative sense, is to enlighten by caution. All right? It's almost like, remember in the Matrix movie, when he says, well, you're looking at the woman, the lady in red, and he said, what, and then he said, look again. And so when he looked again, it was like, that's how he enlightened him, as it says right here, it says down here, he enlightened him by caution. All right, let me show you what this lady in red is all about. And the secondary word is et. Okay, et. Okay, this is the direct object marker, but also the alpha, right? The aleph and the tau, right? And laws, right? So the ordinances of the hawk, the statutes, and the ordinances, the prescriptions. Prescriptions usually govern the really just, the spiritual, or the really just activities, right? The prescriptions, right? And then it says, and laws, and that's the Torot. Remember, it's plural, Torot, not just Torah, but the various different instructions. Whatever they need instructing on, give them instruction for that, instruction for this, right? And shew them, right? And shew them, yada. Yada doesn't mean to see, but yada is to know. Yada is like make them learn, like learn to know, make them perceive this, like to see and find it, but it's also the word to know, right? To know and to learn to know. Let them learn to know them, right? Learn them the way, right? It's like we would say, you learned me something, man, you really learned me something, right? Get them to learn to know the derek, right? Haderek, the way, the truth, and the life, right? Wherein they must walk, wherein they must yalak, like come and go to and fro, and the work, and the what? And the work, the ma'aseh. What is the ma'aseh? The work, the labor, the business, the undertaking, right? The achievement, the works, right? That they must do, right? And then he says this here, just a little bit more, because this is important to understand the first place that law and order comes into view post-Exodus, right? Here in chapter 18. And it's through the observation of Moses' father-in-law. Seeing Moses is judging all of Israel, just himself there, right? All the people from morning to evening, right? And now here he's giving him counsel. And he says, moreover, thou shalt provide out of all the people able men. Right? The word able is chayil. When you say highly, chayil. Right? What kind of men? Chayil. Right? Chayil. Right? What does chayil mean? Right? It was like chayil selassie. Right? Chayil. So what is chayil? We have chayil means strength, might, efficiency, wealth, army. Right? In the sense of strength. But the word chayil, when it says able men, you get that there? Anshe chayil. Yeah, the Hebrew anshe. Right? Men of, right? Chayil. Men of might, men of ability. Men of might, men of ability, right? Men of efficiency. It can also be wealth or like force. In other words, let's go down to the bottom right here. In Strong's bringing out is force, right? Might, strength, right? Might and power. But it's in the sense of men. Like if a man got like a lot of men, that's a strength, that's a power, that's a force, that's a chayil, that's an army, a chayil. Or if he has means, like he has wealth or something, right? And that means that wealth is also a chayil, right? It may be other resources, right? Other resources, right? It can also be that chayil as well. But here's what it means right here, the chayil, right? And here's chayil in the Hebrew, anshe chayil, right? Anshe, right? Enosh, mortal men of ability. Mortal men, anshe, from enosh, right? Enosh, anshe, of chayil, right? Of ability, right? Such as, now here's the qualification, right? It's kind of interesting here because here we get like a qualification, right? What sort of qualities, right? What sort of qualities should these men have? Remember, these are to be like the judges and officers, right? Before it came forward fully. The judges and officers, where it says right here, such as fear or reverence, right? To have a reverence Elohim, that reverence the true good, the true God, men of truth. So look at the qualification, men of truth, right? Men of emet, right? Of firmness, faithfulness, truth, sureness, right? Sure men, reliable men, stable men, right? Faithful, reliable, truth as spoken, truth as of testimony and judgment, truth as of divine instruction, saying Torah, truth as the body of ethical or really just, righteous knowledge. And they have the true doctrine, the true teaching, right? Hating covetousness. So how do we know if they have the true teaching? Well, because they have the true teaching, they hate covetousness. What is covetousness? Betzah. They hate Betzah. Betzah is profit, but it's profit in the most unjust sense. It's like filthy lucre. They hate gain acquired, profit acquired by violence, profit acquired, plunder, right? Betzah, right? By extension, gain, and it's usually, Betzah is usually unjust gain, right? So what was like filthy lucre, right? So it's profit, but not in the good sense, the tov sense. It's profit in the rah, right? It's profit, but that rah, right? So it's covetousness. So they hate, right? Sane. So they are hateful, right? They repulse such, right? And place over them, right? So gather these sort of men. And now once you have these sort of men, so that once they fit these qualifications to be these able men, anshe chayil, right? Anshe chayil, right? Then place over them, right? Appoint over them. In other words, seem, soon, set, appoint over them, right? Right? To be rulers, appoint over them rulers, right? Rulers, Sar. So here we get Sar, Yisra, Yisrael, Yisrael. Remember, right? A prince, right? A Sar, a prince, right? With God, Sar, right? Prince, ruler, leader, chief, right? Chieftain, official, captain, right? Place rulers of thousands and rulers, Sarim, right? Sare, right? Of hundreds, and rulers of fifties, right? And rulers of 10. Anybody know what kind of order this is? This is the kind of base, the ancient sense of a military order, right? Because you have a ruler over thousands. That can be like a major, like a ruler over like hundreds. Is that like, if I'm correct, lieutenant, right? And then you have 50, sergeant, and over 10s is like a deacon, right? The privates, like you have the private and the deacon, The deacon really is deca. Deca is like 10, right? Over 10. So you see this order over hundreds, right? Over thousands, over hundreds, over 50s, over tens. And what did he say? What does Jethro say? He says, and let them judge the people at all seasons, right? In season, out of season. And it shall be every great man, every great word they shall bring to you. So a matter that might be above their ability, they may not have that level of knowledge as Moshe, for example, might, right? And should, and then Moses can always go to Yahweh. That's what it says, be you to for the people to Elohim, right? But every small matter they shall judge. They shall judge themselves. So shall it be easier for thyself, and they shall bear. It says the burden. The word burden is not there in the Hebrew, but they shall bear with. They shall bear with you. They shall kind of in the sense of nasa. They shall lift it. They shall carry it, to say lift it, right? Sustain it, support it, lift it, right? They shall lift it with thee, right? And then he sums up and says, and if thou do this thing, you do this word, I'm advising you. And notice what he says. Notice the humility of Jethro. He says, and right, the priest, the Hebrew priest of Median, and Elohim command thee. Right? So he says, this is my advice, but you do this thing and Elohim commands thee. In other words, basically do this thing as Elohim commands thee. In other words, take this before Elohim. This is my advice, but remember that this is Jethro who just came forward out of 600,000 Israelite men to be the first one on record to bless Yahweh, right? And then also to offer up sacrifices and offerings, and right, and then to break bread with the Ziknei Yisrael, the elders of Israel, right? And nothing is mentioned here, right? Because it's Yahweh, he'll speak, according to the narrative if something's off, but he doesn't, right? So notice how all this comes together. And Elohim command thee, then thou shalt be able, then you will be able. Yakol, you will be able. You have power, ability. You'll be able, right, to endure, right, to go on. You'll be able to amad. Notice the word amad means to stand. Right, literally to stand, when the figure of speech to like endure, to continue, right, to stand, right. You'll be able to stand, right. Check. I'm saying Moses was sitting on his square. Moses might have been standing, because sometimes the ancient judges, like in the Chilot, right, among the Israelites of Ethiopia in the royal court, like the judge would stand, right. So wow, that would be interesting. Sometimes stand beyond a petition. So he's not really looking on the people, but just hearing their words, hearing their case. You know what I mean? To stand, right? And all this people shall go to their place in Shalom, right? And that's what it says. And it says, so Moshe hearkened to the voice of his father-in-law and did all that he had said. And Moshe chose able men out of all Israel, made them heads. Now he made them Rasas here, right? The word for head, Rosh. Rashim, Rosh, right, over the people, rulers of thousands, rulers of princes of hundreds, right, rulers of 50 and rulers of 10. And they judged the people at all seasons. The hard causes, like the hard words, the hard matters, they brought to Moshe. But every small matter, right, they judge, right, they judge. Let's see right here. Let me look at this word, Hema. Okay, they judge themselves. And then it ends off the chapter here where Moshe let his chotain, his father-in-law, depart, and he went his way into his own land. Right? Give thanks to, Jethro right there. Because now here, what we have in this Torah portion, let's back it up right here. Here we go. Let's scroll down here. Here's where we come to this Torah reading and feeding right here. Verse 18, right? Verse 18, right? Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 18, right? What's being commanded this new generation, right? The generation of the youth. Now notice, this here is like 40 years later. So Moshe then was 80, right? Now Moshe here is like 120, right? And before he was dealing with their fathers, now he's dealing with the children, right? That next generation. And now he's commanding them on what they are to do, right? Judges and officers shalt thou make in all thy gates, that Yahweh Eloheka giveth thee throughout thy tribes. And they shall judge the people with just judgment, right? And it goes on right here, right here. But before we get into the go on part, right, just like to touch on a little bit from the Psalm right here, right? Psalm 82, right? Psalm 82, which is themed corrupt judges arraign. So when it speaks of those Elohim, Hebraically is speaking of the corrupt judges of Israel. And you hear that in the indictment. The indictment. The indictment is in the second to the fourth verses, right? You have the indictment, right, of these corrupt judges in the second to the fourth verses, right? And then in the fifth to the seventh, their condemnation, right? They're being condemned, their condemnation. And then in the eighth verse, the psalmist's appeal, right, to Yahweh Eloheinu, for justice. That's why it says, I have said, ye are, is not written. I've said ye are Elohim, right? You are judges, right? Here. Oh, Yisrael. Let's bring this out.
My dreadlocks, girl. Can't you see I'm in love with you?
Psalm 82.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור לאסף,
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty.
אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל.
He judgeth among the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods.
בקרב אלוהים ישפוט.
How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations, 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 inherit all nations.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור לאסף. אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל, בקרב אלוהים ישפוט. עד מתי תשפטו עוול, ופני רשעים תישאו סלע? שפטו דל ויתום, עני ורש הצדיקו. פלטו דל ואביון, מיד רשעים הצילו. לא ידעו ולא יבינו, בחשיכה יתהלכו, ימותו כל מוסדי ארץ. אני אמרתי, אלוהים אתם, ובני עליון כולכם. אכן כאדם תמותון, וכאחד השרים תפולו. קומה אלוהים, שפטה הארץ, כי אתה תנחל בכל הגויים.
Yes. Psalm 82, evening psalm for the third day, evening psalm for the third day. The Gentiles call it Tuesday, so between the evenings we had Psalm 48, deliverance of Zion, evening psalm, and then we had here coming up for the new day, coming forward. Now, interesting, for the second day of the Shabua here with this Shoftim, we have Psalm 145, Not going to go there just yet right here. But today's daily psalm, we're going to continue a little bit more here with Shoftim, right? Shoftim, since this is the theme, Chabarim right here, Shoftim. So here, let's bring this on the screen right here. This week's reading right here, we have the 48th sabbatical study, the Shabbat Strong. This week's Torah portion, number 48, Shoftim. Bamarinya in the Amharic of the Metzaf Kedus, of the elect of God, Kelma Haile Selassie, Ferajoch, right? Ferajoch, right? The judges. But here, Shoftim. We have Deuteronomy chapter 16, verses 18 to 21 and 9. So here we have the first reading. Let's clear that right there. The first reading, the second reading, the third reading, right? Picking up Deuteronomy chapter. So this is like for each of the days of Shavua, right? One can read like an aliyah, a reading a day, and sometimes good to study some of the contents, right? And some of the readings, that we have before. So right here, the 7 readings. Here we have the Torah reading and feeding from the prophets, right? When we get to the Haftarah from the prophets, Isaiah chapter 51, verses 12 to 52 and 12. The Brit Chadasha reading, the New Covenant reading, John's Gospel chapter 1, focus verses 19 to 27, and Acts of the Apostles chapter 3, focus verses 22 to 23. Some of the key themes we have here, right? The first kind of overview right here. Some of the themes we have in this Torah portion for Shoftim. We have Deuteronomy 16:18. Municipal judges and officers in a context in each gate, in each kind of amongst each community. Municipal judges and officers. In verse 21 of chapter 16, the forbidden forms, right? Forbidden forms of worship, right? So the judges were even to kind of regulate those things as well, right? If those things were brought to them or came to their attention. The forbidden forms of worship. Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 8, the legal decisions, right, by the priests and the judges. So we get to see, within the Israelite, society as it's beginning to develop, right? In this birth, remember, it's still the birth of the nation, right? That birth of the nation after the Exodus. And they're about to go into the land, but these things are being laid down here. Deuteronomy 17:8, legal decisions by the Kohanim and by the Shoftim, by the judges. Verse 14, the limitations of royal authority. This is peculiarly interesting, right? With the Davidic and Solomonic, dynasty, seeing those manifestations as well. The limitation of royal authority. So remember, over here, we get to the chapter where when there should be a king, right? When Yisrael would seek to have a king, right? And then we connect that as they go from Shaul, it goes to David, the Davidic monarchy, and then we go forward from there. But the limitations of royal authority in Deuteronomy 18:1, right? Let's bring this out, right? 18:1, we have privileges of priests and Levites. So we have the privileges, right? So that the rights, one's rights and privileges. Here we have the privileges of the Kohanim and Haluim. Remember that the priests and the Levites, they don't have no inheritance, and their portion is Yahweh, is the holy place, right? Deuteronomy 18:9, child sacrifice, divination, what they call magic here, prohibited. I have to get into some of these terms to see what it really was, because some translative terms are somewhat dubious, right? But divination, right? And you could say like sorcery, witchcraft, prohibited, right? Deuteronomy 18:15, a new prophet like Moses, or a prophet, right? A prophet, when it would arise, a prophet, a Nabi that was like to Moshe, right? Can see the kind of prophetic foreshadowing there. Deuteronomy 19:1, the Torah wrote the direction instructions concerning the cities of refuge, where a suspected manslayer, not a manslayer. We don't know just yet, but so that the blood avenger doesn't take their life on sight, then there were cities of refuge, like sanctuary cities, right, where one who accused should flee to. Deuteronomy 19:14. What a year! Property boundaries, right? Property rights. You know, we heard the saying when they say, "Good fences make for good neighbors," right? And I know one say, "Well, the kingdom of heaven that Jah don't like. It's not wire fence." No, not for the kingdom of heaven. If you understand what the kingdom of heaven really is, you know what I mean. But here we have property boundaries. These are very important for any nation, any people, right? Deuteronomy 19:15, law, the Torah concerning witnesses. So we can see how these all come within the Torah theme of the judges and officers. We have to have direction, instruction. Sometimes a judge would do what? Would give the witness instruction, give the jury instruction. So this is the Torah direction, instruction concerning witnesses. Then we have in Deuteronomy 20:1 the rules of warfare, right? The rules of warfare, right? What were the rules, right? Or really, what are the rules? They still have war, right? War still going. All right. So what are the rules of warfare, right? Then Deuteronomy 21:1, we have the law, the Torah, direction, instruction concerning murder by unknown person. A person, Slika. We have the Torah, the law concerning murder by persons unknown. In other words, where they come across a body, right, and no one know who did it. You know what I mean? How do we deal with that? You know what I mean? You just keep on walking by, right? But here we have the direction instruction concerning murder by persons unknown, right? So here, Isaiah 51 for the Haftarah, the companion reading to the Torah reading. But namely and mainly here, as we mentioned before, we're in the season, right? So what is the reason? You know what I mean? What is the reason for the season? Right? What's the reason for the season? Well, the reason for the season for Shoftim is establishing justice in the land that the children of Israel here, the children of the Exodus generation, they're about to enter into. Right? So they must establish justice. Justice. This is the key word. Tzedek Tirdof. Right? We're going to get into that. The translation is somewhat skewed. Well, in our view, is somewhat kind of skewed right there. You know what I mean? But we'll touch on it when we ride up right here. Just looking over notes right here. Some of the keys. We also are in the season of Teshuvah. Right? We're in the last, we say, month of the part of the calendar, right, concerning the covenant appointments, feasts, and festivals, these 7 months, right? And so here we're in the 6th, right, of the 7 months, right? Elul, called Elul. And this is a time of of soul searching as we're coming to the third of the 3 times in the year, the Feast of Tabernacle season. It was a day of trumpets, could be the first trumpet, might as well be the last, the trumpet, the first day of the 7th month. 10 days after that, the 10 days of Or, the 10 days of repentance, that leads up to Yom HaKippurim. And then 5 days after that is the Feast of Tabernacles. And this is at the time that's called the end of the year, where we the ingather of the crops, right, at this time. So this is some of the main themes here, Chavarim. And here we are in the last Shabbats of the holy year. We call this part the holy year. Now, the point about Rosh Hashanah, I like to share that with my brother, Zion, watch out, was reasoning, and that had come up after the Shabbat, some interesting subject matters. I said on the podcast, because I think it was said that Rosh Hashanah is not even in the scripture, and it's not in the translation. That's all I want to say, but it's there actually, literally, directly in the scripture. I think it's in Ezekiel, Yechezkiel. Yechezkiel. It's in Yechezkiel or Ezekiel chapter 40. We'll get into that a little bit more, but that is often kind of connected in latter Judaic and Hebraic practice with the first day of the seventh month, right? At the time that rightly scripture does call in a couple of areas in Torah the end of the year, because it's once we get to tabernacles, we have completed the 7 of the 7 in the 7 months. So notice the 7's there. We reach the 7 months from the March, April time to roughly the September, October time, and then we fulfill, right, our holy part of the year, because then after that, for the next 5 months, we don't have any covenant feast or festival, with the exception of Shabbat. Shabbat is the only holy day that we observe in season and out of season, just to point that out there. But now we come to the last Shabbat of the year, and with the Isaiah reading, right, the 7 weeks, the 7 Shabuot of comfort, right, this one this is the 4th. So here we're at the midway in the 7th. Here we're like at the central shaft of the menorah, of the lampstand. We're at the middle way of the 7th. So we have 3 on this side, the 3 before. Nachamu, Nachamu, Ami. Comfort ye, my people. Isaiah 40, 1-26. Wa Tomer Tzion, and Zion, she said. Isaiah 49, 14-51 and 3. And then previous, right, week of Shavua of comfort, we had Aniyah So'ara. Aniyah So'ara from Isaiah, Yeshaya 54, verses 11-55 and 5. For this Shavua, right here that we're in, we have Anoki, Anoki who? Anoki, Anoki who? I, in the KJV, in Isaiah 51, verse 12, is often translated, you'll see it, I, then it says, I, even, I am he. The word even in better prints of the KJV Bibles is italicized because there's no even there. It's because he says, I. Right? Wow. Yahweh says, I. Yes, I. Rastafari. He says, I. Anoki, Anoki who? I, he. He's saying, I, he. So this week of comfort here, right, is known as Anoki, Anoki who? Right? Anoki, I. Right? Anoki, I. Who? He. Now, I spoke on the fact that in the Hebrew or the biblical, scriptural Yehudi, we have Ani. Ani is I. Ani is like more like of an objective I, right? Speaking about first person singular I or ego, so to speak. And Anoki is more of a subjective one, right? Anoki, right? But he says Anoki, who? Literally, I, he, right? So here's also, we say the Hebrew Trinity too is here, but I, he, right? Anoki, who? I, he. And this is Isaiah, Yeshaya 51, verses 12-52 and 12 for this Shabua. And this covers the Barakot, the blessings, empowerment to prosper, right? That's in store for Yahweh's people, for Amo Yisrael. And in chapter 52, right, verse 1 is the theme of let Zion, Sion, let Zion rejoice. That's why we ask the question, what and where is Zion according to the scripture? Right? The two truths, the two aspects, the Davidic monarchy, right? And the Ark of the Covenant, right? And the Tabernacle of David worship, right? So right there. We'll get into a little more of the details right here, and then we'll ride up with the day 1, day 2, and I think we might just touch on day 3 so we can kind of keep ahead, right? Stay ahead. Yes. So Devarim, Hebrew Book of Deuteronomy, TPV here, Volume 5, 5th Book of Moshe, the commandment for the king. So what do we have here? We have the commandment for the king. Yes. commandment for, right, to write a copy of Torah. Did you know that in the Torah there's a commandment for the king, that when Israel would have a king, and therefore when it would have kings, that it was a commandment for these kings to write themselves a copy of Torah. Here's what we get in the scripture, the Mishnah. You might hear Judaically, Yahadut, or Hebraically, ones might talk about the Mishnah this, the Mishnah that. But here in the Torah, in the scripture, we have Mishnah HaTorah. The Mishnah HaTorah is like the duplicate, the copy, and it's from this word, Mishnah HaTorah, in the Greek versions, that we get Deuteronomos, or we get Deuteronomy. All right, just take note right there. All right, just to connect that dot there. That's why it's called a repetition, right? Really the copy of the law, right? The Mishnah, the Mishnah of the Torah, of the direction instruction. This demonstrates the work of Moshiach, right? Here, this is demonstrating work of Messiah. What do we mean by that? He himself is Ha-Dabar. He is Ha-Dabar. He is the Word made flesh, as the Besorah, right, bears witness and tells us, the Besorah, the gospel, right? He is the Word, right, the Dabar made flesh. He is the Mishnah HaTorah, right? He is the, you can say, the copy or the duplicate, the perfect copy, the copy of the duplicate of Torah in the human manifest in human form, right? He is the copy of HaTorah in human form. Furthermore, he writes a copy of the Torah, from the word. He writes the copy of the Torah as he writes HaTorah upon I and I hearts. He writes HaTorah on our hearts. All right? If we connect the Torah of King Messiah, of HaMoshiach HaMelech, of HaMelech HaMoshiach, Messiah the King, of King Messiah, is written not with ink, but with Ruach, with the spirit, with the irit, with the Ruach, with the spirit of Elohim Chayim, of the living Elohim Chayim, not on tablets as before, tablets of stone, of lapis lazuli, right? Not of tablets of that blue stone, the lapis lazuli, right, of stone, but on the tablets of the human hearts, the mind, as we have Second Corinthians bear witness to that, 2 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 3. So once again, here in this Torah reading and feeding the 48th degree of our sabbatical studies, we have the commandment for Hamelech, for the king, right? For the king to write himself a Mishnah HaTorah, a copy of the Torah, demonstrating the work of HaMoshiach, demonstrating the work of Messiah. Now, remember, every king of Israel would have to be anointed. You see the connection right there? And the anointing effectively makes him Moshiach, even for the greater David, greater son, for the Rastafari, right? Kadamawi Haile Selassie, what it says in the Constitution says, by virtue, right, of the anointing that he has received, his person is sacred or holy, right? In the same respect or aspect as the high priest. Remember, the priest also has judgment functions, right? And even with what the priest wears on his frontal lobe, on his mitre, right, that holiness to Yahweh, right, has set him apart. So he's also a judge, right? So the king, so when Israel will have a king, there was already the prescription that we have here in this Torah reading and feeding, and how this description of the king who is anointed, right, as the high priest, right? So in the scriptures, we have two main testimonies of anointed. We have in the role of Aaron as Moshiach, right? And also certain prophets that were also priests as Moshiach. And then we have the king that is anointed, right? But then we have the anointed of anointed ones, right? He himself is Ha-Dabar, the Debar. Remember, we're in the book of Devarim. Devar, Devarim, Debar, Devarim. So he is the Word made flesh, and he is the Mishnah HaTorah in human form. And more than that, he writes a copy Mishnah HaTorah as he writes HaTorah upon our heart. So he even writes another Mishnah HaTorah as he writes the Torah upon our heart and mind. Check? So the Torah of King Messiah is written not with ink, but with the Spirit, the Ruach of the living God. Elohim Chaim, not on the tablets of stone, but on the tablets of the human heart. 2 Corinthians chapter 3 and 3. And we'll touch more on what some call that mysterious prophet. When it's the prophet likened unto Moshe. Right? There rise up a prophet like unto Moshe. So Shema'ah Yisrael, here, full of full. Queen Makedah, right here. Shema Yisrael.
Because you have rejected his instructions.
Yisrael, Abba Yisrael, Abba Yisrael, Abba Yisrael, Shema Yisrael, Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Shabbat, 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 Shabbat. Shoftim, Sabbath, Judges, Senbet, Ferajoch. Here picking up with the fifth book of Moses, of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Deuteronomy. Picking up here in Deuteronomy. Yes. Here. Give ear. Shalom, Chaverim. Shabbat Shalom for this Shabbat, Shoftim, Sabbath, Judges, Senbet, Ferajoch. Here. Shema'ah. Give ear. Here for the Rishon. The Rishon Aliyah for the first reading, the first up offering for this 48th sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong, this Shabbat, Shoftim, Sabbath, Judges, Senbet, Ferajoch. Here picking up with the fifth book of Moses, of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Deuteronomy. Picking up here in Deuteronomy chapter 16, here at verse 18, Judges in the gates, here for the first Aliyah, the Rishon Aliyah for this Shabbat, up offering up here, and here the first words for this 48th Torah portion, reading and feeding. Shoftim with Shotrim Titen Leka Bikol She'areka Asher Yahweh Eloheka Noten Leka Lisha Bateka ושפטו את העם משפט צדק. Judges and officers, thou shalt thou make thee in all thy gates. Judges and officers shalt thou make thee in all thy gates. שופטים ושוטרים תיתן לך בכל שעריך. Which who Yahweh Eloheka, who Jehovah the I Elohim, giveth thee throughout thy tribes. Asher Yahweh Eloheka notena leka lisha bardeka. And they shall judge the people with just judgment. With shafatu et ha'am mishpat edek. Thou shalt not rest, judgment shall not wrestle judgment. Thou shalt not respect persons, neither take a gift, a bribe. For a gift, a bribe, doth blind the eyes of the wise, and pervert the words of the righteous. That which is altogether just shalt thou follow, that thou mayest live and inherit the land which Yahweh Eloheka giveth thee. Justice shalt thou follow, that thou mayest live and inherit the land which Yahweh Eloheka giveth thee. Tzedek tirdofa litma'ana tichye וירשת את הארץ אשר יהוה אלוהיך נותן לך. Thou shalt not plant thee a grove of any trees near to the altar, the Mizbeach of Yahweh Eloheka, of Jehovah, the I Elohim, which that thou shalt make. Neither shalt thou set thee up any image which Yahweh Eloheka hateth. Thou shalt not plant thee an Asherah of any kind of tree beside the altar, the Mizbeach, Yahweh Eloheka, of Jehovah, the I Elohim, which thou shalt make thee. Neither shalt thou set thee up a pillar which Yahweh Eloheka hateth. And hear, Shema Yisrael. Hear, give ear. Fifth book of Moses, Hebrew book called Deuteronomy chapter 17. Offerings must be unblemished. Thou shalt not sacrifice la Yahweh Eloheka to Jehovah the I Elohim any bullock or sheep wherein is blemish, or any evil favoredness, for that is an abomination la Yahweh Eloheka to Jehovah the I Elohim. Idolaters to be stoned. Verse 2. If there be found among you within any of thy gates, which Yahweh Eloheka, which Jehovah the I Elohim giveth thee, man or woman, that hath wrought wickedness, ratchetness in the sight of Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, in transgressing his covenant, and have gone and served Elohim Acharim, other Elohim, and worship them, either the sun or moon or any of the hosts of heaven, which I have not commanded. And it be told thee, and thou hast heard of it, and inquired diligently, and behold, it be true, and the thing certain that such abomination is wrought, is done in Israel. Then shalt thou bring forth that man, or that woman, which who have committed that wicked, that ratchet thing, to thy gates, even that man or that woman, and shall stone them with stones till they die. At the mouth of 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses shall he that is worthy of death be put to death. But at the mouth of 1 witness he shall not be put to death. the hands of the witnesses shall be first upon him to put him to death, and afterward the hands of all the people. So thou shalt put the evil away from among you. Obedience to authority. Verse 8. If there arise a matter too hard for thee in judgment, between blood and blood, between plea and plea, and between stroke and stroke, being matters of controversy, being matters of controversy within thy gates, then shalt thou arise and get thee up to the place into Hamakom, which Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the Elohim, shall choose. And thou shalt come to the priest, HaKohanim, the Levite, HaLewim, and to the judge that shall be in those days, and inquire, and they shall shew thee the sentence of judgment, and thou shalt do according to the sentence which they of that place, which Yahweh Jehovah shall choose, shall shew thee, and thou shalt observe to do according to all that they inform thee, according to the sentence of HaTorah, the law, which they shall teach thee, and according to the judgment which they shall tell thee, thou shalt do. Thou shalt not decline from the sentence which they shall show thee, to the right hand or nor to the left. And the man that will do presumptuously and will not hearken to HaKohen, to the Kahin, to the priest that standeth to minister there, Lifnei Yahweh Eloheka, before Jehovah the Elohim, or to the judge, even that man shall die, and thou shalt put away the evil from Israel, and all the people, Ha'am, shall hear and fear and respect, reverence, and do no more presumptuous. And here, Shema Yisrael, here, give here for the Sheni. The Sheni, Aliyah. Here for the second up offering, for the second reading, here for this Shabbat, Shoftim, Senvet Ferajoch. Here picking up with the fifth book of Moses, Moshe, the Hebrew book called Deuteronomy chapter 17, here at verse 14, concerning a king, concerning a Melech, concerning a Negus. Here for the Sheni, the second reading, the second Aliyah, the second up offering up for this Shabbat Shoftim. Ki atabo Ilya ha'aretza asheri Yahweh Eloheka noten lak. We are rishta with ya shabtaha baha with amarta asima alaya meleka ke kol hagoyim asher sebabotai. Here, the second reading, the second Aliyah up offering for Shabbat Shoftim, concerning a king. When thou art come to the land which Yahweh Eloheka giveth thee, and shall possess it, and shall possess her, and shall dwell therein, and shall say, I will set a king over me, like as all the nations, the Goyim, HaGoyim, the nationalities, the nations that are about me, about I. Ki tabo Eliyaha aretza asheri Yahweh Eloheka noten lak. We are rishataha, we yashabataha bah, we amarta. Sima alay melek kekol hagoyim asher sebiabotai. Thou shalt in any wise set him king, melech, even the goose over thee, I, whom Yahweh Elohim, God, Jehovah the I, Elohim, shall choose. 1. From among thy brethren shalt thou set king, melech, Negus over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother, not Achika, not Wendemith, but he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Mitzrayim, to Kemet, to Egypt, to the end that he should multiply horses, for as much as Yahweh Jehovah have said to you, ye, y'all, shall henceforth return no more that way. Neither shall he multiply wives to himself, that his heart turn not away, neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. And it shall be, when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of this law, this Torah, this direction, instruction, in a book, a cipher, out of that which is before Ha-Kohanim, Ha-Lewim, the priests, the Levites, and it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear, to reverence, to respect Yahweh El-Hayo, respect Jehovah El-Hayo, his Elohim, to keep all the words, the barim of this Torah, of this law, this direction, instruction, and these statutes, to do them, that his heart be not lifted up above his brethren, and that he turn not aside from the commandment to the right hand or to the left, to the end that he may prolong his days, his kingdom, and his government, he and his children in the midst of Yisrael.
Come be a part of where Hebrew feels like home.
Discipleship Radio.
And for this third day coming forward, let's just get the third aliyah. Touch on the third aliyah for the day coming forward. Right here for this Shoftim. Let's bring it up on the screen. Chavareen. Here we go right here. LOJS page. So far we went through the first and second readings right here for this Shoftim, 48th sabbatical study. Full, Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 18 to 21 and 9. First reading, 16, 18 to 17, 13. Second reading, we get the conditions concerning a king, Deuteronomy chapter 17, verses 14 to 20. And here for the third day's reading, Deuteronomy chapter 18, the short, Likul Batalawa, right? Chapter 18, verses 1 to 5. Shema Yisrael. Here it is.
Here. For the Shalishi Aliyah, for the third reading, the third up offering up here for this Shabbat, Shoftim. And here, Shema Yisrael. Here, get ear. Oh, Yisrael, Ethiopia, Yisrael. Here. For the Shalishi Aliyah, for the third reading, the third up offering up here for this Shabbat, Shoftim. We're sending that to Ferajoch here, picking up the fifth book of Moses, Moshe, Hebrew book called Deuteronomy. He had Deuteronomy chapter 18 for the Shalishi Aliyah, the tribe of Lewi, the tribe of Levi, of Lewi. Here picking up for the Shalishi Aliyah, for this Shabbat Shoftim. Lo Yihyeh La Kohanim Ha Lewim כל שבט לוי חלק ונחלאים ישראל אישי יהוה ונחלתו יוקלון. Here for the Shalishi Aliyah, the tribe of Lewi, of Levi, the priests, the Levites, and all the tribe of Lewi shall have no part nor inheritance with Israel. Lo Yihye La Kohanim Halwim Kol Sheveta Lewiya Chelek. They shall eat the offerings of Yahweh, of Jehovah, made by fire, and his inheritance. With Nachela Ima Yisrael Ishe Yahweh, with Nachelato Yokelun. Therefore shall they have no inheritance among their brethren. Yahweh Jehovah is their inheritance, as he hath said to them. Ha-Kohen, the Kahin, the priest, do. Verse 3, the priest do. And this shall be Ha-Kohens, the Kahins, the priests, do from Ha'am, from the people, from them that offer a sacrifice, whether it be ox or sheep. And they shall give to Ha-Kohen, the Kahin, the priest, the shoulder and the two cheeks and the maw. The first fruit also of thy corn, of thy wine, and of thine oil, and the first of the fleece of thy sheep shalt thou give him. Ki Yahweh Eloheka, for Jehovah the I Elohim hath chosen him out of all thy tribes to stand to minister in the name, the Hashem of Yahweh, of Jehovah, him and Benayo his sons forever. For
Yes. This is one of the reasons why we play this tune here from I Jaman Levi. What's up?
Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions when I needed help. Make myself a man. No man is his own keeper. Slowly I close my eyes to sleep. Zion belongs to me. When I needed help, your contributions. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions. Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions.
Yes. This Discipleship Radio podcast. Right here with the Levites. That was a short alia right there, just 5 verses. 5 verses and 5 verses only, but very important because it reminds the Bnei Yisrael of what is the Kohanim, the priests, and Halawim, and the Levites do, right, for their service, for the service that they serve at the holy place. So here for this 48th sabbatical study, some more on this Torah reading and feeding. There were some interesting points that we wanted to point out just briefly here from chapter 16, from the first aliyah. Let's just go to just briefly right here, and then we just segue for a moment in Psalm 145, the daily psalm here in the season. So judges and officers, shoftim v'shotarim, shalt thou make thee in all thy gates, that Yahweh Eloheka giveth thee throughout thy tribes. What's their function? And they shall judge the people with just judgment. Now in the Hebrew Mishpat Tzedek. Mishpat Tzedek. Where should we go? Let's just keep it on the English right here. Go to the key words. Oh, man. Go down to verse 18 again. Give me one moment. Here we go right here. Verse 18. So last two words right here. And they shall do what? They shall, right, judge, shafat, right? They shall judge the people, Amo Yisrael, the people, right? With what? With mishpat. Now notice the word mishpat. It comes from shafat, right? And shafat is the root of mishpat, which is like judgment, mishpat, right? Justice, ordinance, as well as shoftim, judges, right? So we have judgment, mishpat. Mishpat takes on the sense of the act of deciding a case, mishpat. The place, also the place can be called the mishpat, like the court, the mishpat, the bait, mishpat, the house of mishpat, the house of judgment, the court, the seat of judgment, mishpat. Also, mishpat covers like the process, the procedure, the litigation, mishpat, right? Before the judges, before the shoftim, just to show how these connect right here. The case, a case or cause that's presented for judgment. So you have a case, I'm presenting this case for mishpat. It presents this case for mishpat, right? For judgment, right? Sentence, the sentence and the decision of that judgment is also known as the mishpat. The execution of the judgment, mishpat. Also the time is the mishpat, right? In the secondary sense, this takes on the sense of like justice, right, rectitude. Now, mishpat, or justice and judgment, it's both an attribute of Elohim, Chayim, the living, right, Elohim, and also of man created in his image after his likeness. An ordinance sometimes is called mishpat, a decision, judgment, decision in Torah and law. The right, the privilege, what one's right, privilege, or due, when we speak in terms of what's like legal, what's like lawful, Torah-wise, is their mishpat, right? So the priest privilege was this section here that we ended off with the third aliyah. The priest privilege is their mishpat, is what's due, is their judgment, right? That which is proper, fitting, a measure, fitness, mishpat, right? Custom, mishpat. Manner or a plan, mishpat. So we scroll down here, and here brings it out more in the context of like law, right? Judges, officers, verdict, the verdict, mishpat. How was the mishpat? Right? It was favorable. It was unfavorable. And this is pronounced judicially. Pronounced judicially. Remember, the pronounce is word of my mouth, meditation of my heart. The judges will do well to pray that and think on that, right? The words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart, so they can pronounce it judicially, especially a sentence, right? A sentence like what the verdict is, right? The formal decree, either of human, right, judges, right, or particularly here in Torah of the divine Yahweh's Torah, Yahweh's direction, instruction, both in the case of individuals, as we see certain judgments are upon individuals, like an individual, right? Or even in other cases collectively, right? So here the mishpat includes the act, mishpat, the place, mishpat, the suit, the case, the crime, mishpat, and the penalty, mishpat. And this word takes on the sense abstractly of justice. So there's a justice, the judgment, including in the context, for example, the priest, right? What is the priest mishpat? The priest mishpat is that which the 12 tribes brings to them and gives to them, right? Because they have no nachala. They have no nachala with the Bnei Yisrael, with the other 12 tribes, right? So it's their right to receive what we have in, what was that, chapter 16, 17, 18, I think over by 18, those first couple of verses there, their privilege. And this is brought out both as a statutory, right, like his statutes, to keep his statutes, right, statutory, also customary. And mishpat in some cases can be like the style. Now these other words basically just bring out how the word is connected in translation. right? The different senses of the word, mishpat. So it says mishpat and tzedek. What kind of mishpat? So it tells us what kind of mishpat. Mishpat is judgment. But what kind of judgment? Mishpat, judgment, and tzedek, right? Righteous, tzedek, to say rightness, judgment, and righteous judgment, just judgment, right? So in the Hebrew, the noun will precede the kind of adjective, right? Mishpat, judgment, right? Tzedek, that is tzedek, that is rightness, right choice. Make the right choice. What is right, what is just, normal rightness. But also, as we get further, it deals with like weights and measures. It's interesting to see how the sense of judgment and just and righteousness also goes forward to a simple thing as business, right? In business, weights and measures, right? That weight to measure, the false balances is abomination, right? Justness, the proper weight, the proper measures, right? Rightness also, it extends to how the government, right? How our government, right? How the Hebrew government, the kingdom, where it says the kingdom of priests and the holy nation is governed through the judges, shoftim, right? Who are also the rulers, and even the kings function in ways as supreme court justice, right? But their judgment is supposed to be, remember, to the king has to make a copy, the Mishnah HaTorah, a copy of Torah from that which the Kohanim, the priests, and the Levites have. So the priests and the Levites, their inheritance being Yahweh, they had the scrolls, right? And the king, right? The king that would be and the kings, they were commanded to write a copy in order to guide them in their reign, right? And also to humble them. So in that high authority, being king, being anointed, effectively Moshiach, right? And also being the chief judge, right? On earth, right? With Yahweh's anointing upon them. So they will humble themselves. They would have a copy of Mishnah HaTorah. So you see the third entry of the Messianic or the Davidic king. Because here's where within the order of revelation, it becomes more crystal, more clear. Of Jerusalem, Yerushalayim, as the seat of just government, right? Of just government, of Elohim's attribute. So judgment and righteousness, tzedek here. Tzedek, we say Malkiah tzedek, Melchizedek, right? Tzedek is also Elohim's attribute. This is like who he be, he who be, who he be, who he be tzedek. This is his essential part of his essential nature, his nature. Rightness, righteousness, justice. This can be applied to a case. Well, how was the case? The case was tzedek. It was righteous. It was a just case, a just cause. Also, rightness extends to speech, right? Speech. How was his speech, right? Tzedek is rightness, right? Righteousness in the ethical sense of what's right. So we say rightness, for example, would be tzedek in speech, but in English translation, righteousness, right choiceness ethically, ethical righteousness, righteousness as vindicated. Here's where we get the Brit Chadash sense, as vindicated, right? We're being justified and vindicated by Moshiach, justification, right? In controversy. Remember that according to Torah, there are two levels, main levels of those who are Messiah. It's the high priest. And remember, before the kings, the high priest would be the judge, right? As well as the judges. But the judges will get their, how can you say, their instruction from and through the priest because they have the Torah, right? And they, remember, their inheritance. It's like as farmers have their land and they farm their land, they have their animals and they husband their animals, so forth and so on, and do what they have to do for the animals, that the priest, theirs is the holy place and therefore the holy word, right? So the priest who is anointed, all priests had to be anointed to be properly functional. So all of them had to be messiahs in the sense of anointed ones. And then we have the king. So when we get the justification, vindication, and new covenant sense, that's through Yeshua HaNotri as the high priest, right, of our salvation, right? And we have that in the epistle to the Hebrews. That's what the epistle to the Hebrews basically brings out, right? According to type, justification and controversy, deliverance, in a context that is like victory, prosperity. Also concerning Elohim as covenant keeping. He is tzedek, right? He is righteous, right? In keeping, right? In covenant keeping, in redemption and redeeming, right? In the name of the Messianic King, right? So we get Saul first, was the first anointed king. Then we get Dawid. Then Yahweh makes a covenant with Dawid and with his seed. And therefore we get this Messianic king and we get the Davidic king, right? Of people enjoying salvation, tzedek, right? Also of Cyrus. Remember, Cyrus is the only Gentile, the only that we get in the scripture, non-Israelite that's overtly referred to as Yahweh's Moshiach. So Cyrus or Koresh is called Yahweh's Messiah. He is the Persian king, the Iranian or Persian king, ancient Iranian or Persian king that beat the Babylonian Nebuchadnezzar, that beat Nebuchadnezzar and beat Babylon and basically freed up way for the tribe of Judah, even we the black Jews of the line of the tribe of Judah, to return and to rebuild during the time of Ezra and Nehemiah and Nehemiah, just for the record right there. Just to bring out the context right here, right? So this is tzedek, right? Right, equity, right? Right in the natural sense, right in the moral sense, right in the Torah or the legal sense, right? Equity, figuratively, prosperity. So that tells us when we have a situation where we don't have rightness and righteousness, naturally, morally, legally, right? There won't be no equity. That's what it says, false balances are an abomination with Yahweh, right? And therefore that also becomes a consequence, as we had in the previous Torah portion, of the kalala, of the curse, right? Of the lessening and the lackening of prosperity. But where we do have that rightness, that tends to the baraka, the blessing, the empowerment to prosper. You know, like if you have a marketplace and the marketplace is properly functioning, properly running, you know what I mean? You know, both the seller and the buyer is pleased. You know what I mean? Things are stable, things are right. There's not robbery, you know what I'm saying? There's good business, you know, everyone benefits, right? This is the kingdom of, you know, heaven ideal. Yes, right, that will be done, right? That kingdom come, right, in earth, right? That's what it says, thou shalt not wrestle judgment, not to pervert the course of justice. Thou shalt not respect persons. We're going to get into this a little more, but the word respect persons, you know what it means in Hebrew? It connects with Psalm 82. It means to respect persons, right? Respect persons, like recognize. You see the word nakar? Nakar means to recognize. And persons is not persons, but panim. It's face. Literally, it's faces. Panim, right? Not to nakar, panim. In other words, not to have facial recognition in justice and judgment. And not to have a judge cannot have facial recognition and judgment. That means that a good judge, especially if he has a judge among his own tribe, his people, when they come before him, it's like they should say of that judge, you know, if you come before him, he knows you. But if you come before him, it's like he never knew you. Right? He never knew you. He cannot have a little partiality. Hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Oh, you come to my court? Yeah, you know what I mean? Because the other party, that's like you have to recuse yourself. So it says not to respect persons. What do we get in Psalm 82? Corrupt judges, right? The shoftim, who are called Elohim, they're asked, right, how long will you judge unjustly and respect the persons of the wicked? How long will you have facial recognition for the wicked? Right? Because you wicked too. These are your friends. You know what I mean? How long will you? So when it says respect persons of the wicked, and it says to respect persons here, right? Both in Psalm 82, verse 2, and here in Deuteronomy 16 and 19, it's have facial recognition, to recognize faces, right? Neither take a gift, for a gift doth blind the eyes of the wise. Now when you take a bribe, you take a gift, somebody give you a gift, right? That's like bribery, right? Give the justice a gift, right? That blinds their eyes. Now they can't see the case straight no more. And it perverts the words of the righteous. And it perverts the course of justice, right? Then it says this right here. This is the funny part here I was talking about. You might see some of the memes that say like Sedek, Terdof, or justice, you shall follow. That's what should have been translated here in verse 20. It says that which is altogether just. Look at the word altogether, H6664, just H6664, right? Just the reference numbers, y'all. But all together, what is the word all together? It's tzedek. Look at it. It's tzedek, right? And what's the word just? The word just is tzedek. What's going on here in the translation, huh? What's going on here? So Hebraically studying this from the Hebrew perspective, even the note brings it out. The Hebrew is justice, justice. That's why we say tzedek, tzedek, tirdof. Tirdof. What is tirdof? Tirdof, the word where it says thou shalt follow. Tirdof is like speaking to a singular man. If I'm speaking to one man, like I speak to each judge. Right? Say I initiate the judges and I speak to each judge. So to each judge, right? Or to all the judges as one man. Tzedek, tzedek tirdof. Justice, justice, that which is right, right? That which is just. Thou shalt radaf. Radaf means to be behind in the sense of follow after. Almost like to run down. It can be to run after. It can also be to run down. It can be to persecute, right? To persecute, to pursue. Because a judge, right, when he knows what's just and right, has to sometimes pursue the bad man, has to persecute the bad man, has to run him down, run after him, pursue. That's why it says to pursue, right? To put to flight, to chase, to dog, to attend closely upon, right? In the secondary sense, right? To persecute, to harass, right? In other words, the justice, the judges, right, have to persecute, right? The ratchet and the wickedness, to follow after, with the aim to secure, right? To run. Now, in the bad sense, this word could be used like in the bribe. Instead of the justice running down, right, running after justice, they was running after a bribe. They was running after to get something in their hand, right? So this word radaf, to run after, right, to follow. It says usually with hostile intent. Well, when the judge, right, and the justices are persuaded of what's true and what's right, then it must be with hostile intent. That's how serious justice is. You know what I mean? It's the job. In other words, it's the calling, right? That thou mayest live. You see what's at stake? Your life, right? That which is altogether just, or tzedek, justice, right? Shalt thou follow, shalt thou pursue, that you may live, and inherit the land. Look what's at stake, right? Inherit the land that Yahweh Eloheka, right, giveth thee. Because before they even got the land, as they tried it, they probably had cases coming up, things that, men and people, disputes, controversies, controversies, right? Right? And then it goes into this aspect, which is interesting. Thou shalt not plant a grove of any trees near to the altar of Yahweh Eloheka, that thou shalt make thee. So here we get a change. The patriarchs, like Abraham, he had an altar, and then it says he had a grove right nearby. Right? So some things that were done in the patriarchal times, because of abuse of these things and other gods and other people's kind of worships and stuff, were corrupted. And no doubt the children of Israel were familiar with some of those things in Mitzrayim, that melting pot, right, of the cultures of Africa and the so-called Near East. You know what I'm saying? They were not to do. Neither shall thou set up any image. The image here is a pillar, right, or a statue, a pillar. Like a obelisk or any kind of pillar, right, that Yahweh thy Elohim hated. Now, it's interesting that it says that Yahweh thy Elohim hated. And when I looked into it, I said, wait, in Ethiopia they have these pillars, the stellars. But if you look at them, they're circumcised. If you look at ancient Egypt, they have a bull penis. I mean, no bull, right? No diddy either, right? They have the Egyptian obelisks are bull penises, right? But the ones in Ethiopia and other places, they're almost like circumcised. Not saying that that's correct, but I noticed right here it says something key in this verse. Neither shall you set up any pillar, right? The word here is the word matzeba. Matzeba. What's a matzeba? Matzeba, a pillar, a matzeba, right? A pillar. Any kind of memorial, personal, or anything. Because notice something, even when they say like tombstones are similar to that as well. You see what I'm saying? Jacob did one for Rachel, right? He did one when he had the close encounter with Yahweh Elohim, Yahweh right? Chaim, right? He set one of those up. I just want to point to that. We can get into a little more details of this right here, but just to, do a little groundation. It's a very, very important, Torah reading and feeding, Hebrew, the Hebrew, the Shoftim, Chabarim, right? The Hebrew law, the basis of the Hebrew law and order. Yes, Rastafari. Right here. We're going to just segue just briefly here to today's daily psalm right here. We have Psalm 145 here in the season, reason for the season here, right? The 48th sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong. Let's see. So give thanks. Yes, I. Give thanks. Yeah, giving thanks to the co-laborers here to bring up some of the slides right here. This Psalm 145 means Mordekov meme hey, off 100 meme 40 hey 5 means Mordekov meme hey. Psalm CXLV is themed glory, right? Glory to Elohim. Right? Glory to God, glory to Yahuwah Eloheinu. Here, today's daily psalm. Let's pick up right here with the basic a cappella right here. Do we have it? Here we go. Psalm 145, Mizmor Kof Mim Hey, Shema'a Yisrael.
Psalm 145.
מזמור קמ"ה תהילה לדוד.
I will extol thee, my God, O King, O King, O King, O King.
ארוממך אלוהי המלך.
And I will bless thy name forever and ever, forever and ever, forever and ever, forever and ever.
ואברך שמך לעולם ועד.
Every day will I bless thee, bless thee, bless thee.
בכל יום אברכך.
And I will praise thy name forever and ever, forever and ever, forever and ever.
ואהללה שמך לעולם ועד.
Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised, and his greatness is unsearchable. One generation shall praise thy works to another, and shall declare thy mighty acts. I will speak of the glorious honor of thy majesty, and of thy wondrous works. And men shall speak of the might of thy terrible acts, and I will declare thy greatness. They shall abundantly utter the memory of thy great goodness, and shall sing of thy righteousness. The Lord is gracious and full of compassion, slow to anger, and of great mercy. The Lord is good to all, and his tender mercies are over all his works. All thy works shall praise thee, O Lord, and thy saints shall bless thee. They shall speak of the glory of thy kingdom, and talk of thy power, to make known to the sons of men his mighty acts, and the glorious majesty of his kingdom. Thy kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and thy dominion endureth throughout all generations. The Lord upholdeth all that fall, and raiseth up all those that be bowed down. The eyes of all wait upon thee, and thou givest them their meat in due season. Thou openest thine hand, and satisfiest the desire of every living thing. The Lord is righteous in all his ways, and holy in all his works. The Lord is nigh unto all them that call upon him, to all that call upon him in truth. He will fulfill the desire of them that fear him. He also will hear their cry, and will save them. The Lord preserveth all them that love him, but all the wicked will he destroy. My mouth shall speak the praise of the Lord, and let all flesh bless his holy name forever and ever, 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 forever and ever.
Here. Today's daily psalm, Mizmor, here from Perek Kof Mim Hey, chapter 145, Mizmor Kof Mim Hey, Psalm 145, Psalm CXLV, glory to Elohim, glory to Yahweh. Here we have this triumphant hymn of praise, calling upon all men, all humanity, to glorify the greatness and the majesty of Yahweh, Elohei Yisrael. is one of the most inspiring in the Psalter and the Book of Psalms. Though the interesting thing about Psalm 145 we have right here, it's largely composed of sayings from other Psalms. So here we're at 145 near the end of the book of Psalms, the Psalter. Here we have a psalm theme, glory to Yah, glory to Yahweh, glory to Eloheinu. Here we have a hymn in praise of the all bountiful King, Melech HaOlam, the eternal King, right? Universal King, King of the universe. Here we have this doxology, right? Collection draws doxologically, right? So this psalm that begins in the form of a bracha, this psalm here, Psalm 145, begins in the form of a a bracha, in the Hebrew, a bracha, right? Like a Baruch, right? Blessed be, is followed by another, talking about 44, the previous psalm, here by a they call it in the Latin benedicam. Benedicam is like another bracha, like another form of a blessing, like a good, a good diction, a good word, a word of blessing, a word of empowerment to prosper. Psalm 145, the first two verses, right? And then we get a benediction, right? A benedicat, right, at the end, right, in verse 21. In verse 21, my mouth shall speak the praise of Yahweh. My tehillah to Yahweh, yidaber, yidaber fi, my pet, my mouth, it shall speak of the tehillah, the praise, like hallelujah, the tehillah. And may all flesh bless, right? We barek, call basar. We barek, and to bless, call all basar, all flesh. Shem kadisho. Shem kodsho. Shem kadisho. The Shem, the name kadisho, is set apart name. Li olam, forever. Right? Often translated as forever wa'ed. Le olam va'ed, le olam wa'ed. For time indefinite, time out of mind and onward. It's like for time out of mind and onward, but often the translator says forever and ever. Le olam wa'ed. So right here, we have this psalm largely made up of a mosaic. Beginning off, it's called a tehillah, a praise. Tehillah le Dawid, of David, right? It's described here, le Dawid, of David, for David, concerning David. Remember, we said this psalm is largely made up from sayings from other psalms. They are so harmoniously woven together that the mizmor, the psalm, the chant, it gives the impression of an original composition. It is an alphabetical acrostic. That means we look at it from a Hebrew perspective. It goes in the order of the Hebrew Aleph Beit, the Hebrew alphabet, right? The acrostic, alphabetical ordering and form. But it has the omission of the verse that begins with Nun, the Hebrew letter Nun, Non, the N, right? The Hebrew letter Nun. So it has all the other letters, but with the omission of that, a verse. So there's not a verse that begins with Nun, right? In other words, according to some of the teachings of the ancient Rebbanim, the verse was deliberately left out. Why? Because some say it would have been one of an ill omen, like in following the pattern, right, of the word sound. That verse would have been something like, since it's Nun is nafela, right? A word that's in other Psalms, right? In other areas of scripture, like in Amos chapter 5, verse 2, it says, nafela is the virgin of Yisrael. Nafela from nafel, like napal, like to fall, right? To fall, fallen. Nafela, like nafela is to say like she is fallen. Nafela, she is fallen. Nafela, the virgin of Israel. She shall no more rise. That's in Amos chapter 5, verse 2. So the LXX, the Septuagint, is said to fill the gap, right, with another noon, another verse that says, faithful is Yahweh in all his words and loving in all his deeds. However, the genuineness of that is questioned by some of the scholars, as a kind of a stopgap measure when they translated from the ancient Hebrew manuscripts into LXX, knowing how, the Greeks, like wisdom and like witty. Some say that this verse was kind of composed there, right? But it doesn't really fit, with the context elsewhere. But another Rebbe, right, had declared that whoever recites this psalm, Psalm 145, Mizmor Kof Mim Hey, right? Whoever recites this psalm 3 times daily. It was said, whoever recites this psalm thrice daily may be assured that he is a son of the Olam Haba. So how important this psalm, right, was, right, that even some said that if one chanted this psalm 3 times, morning, noon, evening, one would be assured that they was a Ben Olam Haba. A Ben Olam Haba, a son of the Olam, the world, Haba, the world to come. Why? Because it contains the verse, right, and this is a key verse we find in today's daily psalm, thou openest thy hand and satisfiest every living thing with favor. Thou openest thine hand. This is a particular verse that a lot of tunes, right, both in the past and even today, right, that's verse 16. Verse 16, thou openest thy hand and satisfiest every living thing with favor. Poteach, poteach et yadika. Poteach et yadika. Poteach, you open, et yadika, your yad, you open your hand. Poteach et yadika, masbiya, and masbiya, and you satisfy, you satiate, like you satiate, you make somebody like full, you satisfy them. Masbiya likol chai, you satisfy for all living. Likol chai, living. Likol chai, ratzon, favor, right? Favor, delight, pleasure. We use the word ratzon after braka, like blessing. When a blessing is being said, one may say, Cain, Yehi Ratzon. Cain, yes, Yehi Ratzon. Let this be like Ritzono. Let this be his favor. Let this be his pleasure. Let it be according to his will. But you satisfy every living thing with his favor. So this particular verse right here is an important verse right here. Thou openest thy hand and satisfiest every living thing with favor. Poteach et yadika, ua masbiah, lekol chai ratzon. Here, in this psalm here, this is an acknowledgement. That word sound there is an acknowledgement of man, of the human being's dependence upon Elohim, Yahweh Eloheinu's grace, right? The grace of the creator, the ruler, the judge. In conformity with this teaching, the Mizmor, the psalm here, 145, it occurs 3 times in Yahadut liturgy, in the Judaic, the tribe of Judah liturgy. This psalm occurs 3 times, a trinity of times for every day. Psalm 145. This psalm, it initiates the concluding group that rounds up the psalter. So from 145 till we get to 150, this psalm is the beginning of this group right here that rounds up the Sefer Tehillim with a series of hymns, right? Hymns of Tehillah, of praise, reaching its climax in the superb hallelujah of Psalm 150. So right here's a couple of words right here, on today's daily psalm, giving ones an overview. As we said, the psalm is largely made up of a mosaic, right? Like from elsewhere in the Psalter. And here, just to give a little sample here, like to share this tune. Maybe the censors will wrestle us on it, but if it's a little delayed and I want to get a replay, then give us a moment. But hopefully Eleni won't mind right here. This is Jehovah right here, a tune called Yahweh. Jehovah.
Jehovah Jireh, my provider. Jehovah Jireh, my provider. Jehovah Jireh, my provider. I will never ever be alone. You're always beside me, holding me and calling me your own. Only to you I belong, Jaja, ooh, Jaja, you, Jaja. I'm my closest friend, Jaja, King, Jaja. You are everything, so I sing. Jehovah Jireh, you're my provider. Jehovah Jireh, my provider. Jehovah Jireh, you're my provider. Jehovah Jireh, all the crooked paths shall be made straight, and no weapon formed against me shall prosper. You keep me safe, providing for me. You shield me, Jaja, heal me, Jaja, free me, Jaja. You're my closest friend, Jaja, King, Jaja. You are everything, so I sing. Oh yeah, Jehovah Jireh, you're my provider. I praise your name and lift you higher. Hey, Jehovah Jireh, you're my provider. You take me and you make me higher. I'm moving forward with you. Oh Lord, yeah, mighty Jaja, you're my provider, my provider, my shield, my sword, my shepherd, Jehovah, Jehovah Jireh.
So right here, let's just go through this verse by verse here, about 12 minutes. A psalm right here, Psalm 145.
Here, today's daily psalm is more Kof Mem Hey, Tehillah le Dawid. A praise, Tehillah le Dawid, of David. Mizmor Kof Mem Hey. Glory, esteemed glory. Glory to Ha'el, glory to Elohim, the true good, the true God. Today's daily psalm. Tehillah le Dawid. Romim Meka Elohai HaMelech. Wa ebarekeka shimka le'olama wa'ed. I will extol the I. I will big the I up, I will extol the I. Romimeka Elohai HaMelech. My Elohim Elohai Haliai HaMelech, the King. Wa ebarekeka shimka le'olama wa'ed. And I will bless thy name, the I male name, forever, for Iva and Iva. Wa ebarekeka shimka le'olam wa'ed. Bikol yom ebarekeka wa halala shimka le'olama wa'ed. Every day will I bless
will I bless thee, I, Bikol Yom, Ebarekeka, and I will praise, Isis, praise thy name forever and ever, for Iver and Iver. Wa ehalela shimka le'olama wa'ed. Gadol Yahuwah, Ua mehulala meoda, we ligadulato ein cheker. Great is Jehovah, Gadol Yahuwah, and highly, highly, highly to be praised. U mehulal meod, and his greatness is unsearchable. We ligadulato ein cheker. Dora ledora ye shabach ma eseka uageboroteka yagidu. One generation shall praise thy works to another. Dor ledora ye shabach. Praise Isaac shabach. Dora ledora ye shabach ma eseka. One generation shall praise Isaac thy works to another, and declare thy mighty acts. O geboroteka yagidu. Hidara kavoda hodeka, we dibreya nifa leoteka asicha. Thy glorious splendor, the glorious splendor of thy majesty, and thy wondrous works will I rehearse. Hidara koboda hodeka, with divrei nifleoteka asicha, we ezuza norooteka yomeru, uagedulateka asaperena, and men shall speak of the might of thy tremendous acts, and I will tell of thy greatness. Wa ezuza noroteka yomeru uagedulateka saperena. Zeker ravatuveka ya biua we sidakateka ye ranenu. They shall utter the fame of thy great goodness. Zeker ravatuveka ya biua, and shall sing of thy righteousness with sidakateka ye ranenu. Chanuna we Rahuma Yahuwah Rekapayim Ua Gedala Chesed. Jehovah is gracious and full of compassion. Chanuna we Rahuma Yahuwah, slow to anger, Rekapayim, long nose, slow to anger, long suffering, Rekapayim, and of great mercy. Ua Gedala Chesed.
Pause right here, here. This verse here, just to zoom in on the 8th verse. The 8th verse is a particular interesting quotation, because here it quotes the attributes of Yahuwah Chanun, where Rachum, Yahuwah Chanun, where Rachum, Yahuwah Rek Apayim, U Gedal Chesed. Here, in this 8th verse, here we have the attributes of Yahuwah as revealed even to Moshe in Exodus chapter 34. Just pointed out right there, this one verse here. Who he be Chanun, he be gracious, Chanun. Who he be Chanun, with and Rachum, and compassionate. Chanun with Rachum, Yahuwah, he be, right? Erek, long, or patient, long, apayim, long, right? Here we have apayim, right? Long nose, not literally, but like take a breath, like is slow to anger is a translation. Erek apayim, u gedal, and gadol, chesed, and of great, right? Great in magnitude and extent, the attribute of he who be, chesed, lovingness, loving kindness, mercy, loving kindness, right there. We go on.
Tov Yahweh lakola we rachemayo al kola ma'isayo. Jehovah, he who be, is good to all. Tov Yahweh lakol, and his tender mercies are over all his works. We rachemayo al kola ma'isayo. Yodukai Yehovah kola ma'iseka. Wa chesideka ye barakuka. All thy works shall praise the eye, O Jehovah. Yodukai Yehovah, Yoduka Yahweh, kola ma'iseka, and thy saints, wa chesideka, and thy saints, thy chassid, wa chesideka, ye barakuka, shall bless thee, I, male. Kovoda malokuteka yomeru, uageburateka yidaberu. They shall speak of the glory of thy kingdom. They shall speak of the glory of thy kingdom. Kovoda malakuteka yomeru, and talk of thy might. Uageburateka yidaberu. Lehodia livnei ha'adam geburotayo ukavoda hedara malkuto, to make known to the sons of men his mighty acts. Lehodia livnei ha'adam, libnei ha'adam, to make known to the sons, the children of Adam, his mighty acts. Geburotayo ukavoda hedara malkuto, and the glory of the majesty of his kingdom, and the glory of the majesty of his government, of his kingdom. Malkuteka malkuta kola olamim, uamema sheleteka bikola dora wador. Thy kingdom, thy government is a kingdom, a government for all ages. Malkuteka malkuta kola olamim, and thy dominion, umema sheleteka, and thy dominion endureth throughout all generations. Uamema sheleteka bikola dor wador. Somek Yahweh likola ha noflim, we zokefa likola hakafufim. Yahweh, Jehovah, he who be, upholdeth all that fall. Somek Yahweh likola hanoflim, and raiseth up all those that are bowed down. Where zokefa likola hakafufim. Ainei kola eleika, ye saberu. Ata notena lahem eta kalama beito. The eyes of all wait for the eye. Ainei kola leka, ye saberu. And thou, the eye, givest them their food in due season. Ata notena lahem eta kalama beito. Poteach et yadika ua masabia likol chai ratzon. Thou, the eye, openest thy hand. Poteach et yadika. The eye openest thy hand. Poteach et yadika, and satisfies ua masabia, and satisfies every living thing with favor. Ua masabia likol chai ratzon. Sadiki Yahweh bikola derakayo, we chasida bikola ma'isayo. Jehovah, he who be is righteous. Sadiq Yahweh, in all his ways. Jehovah, Yahweh, he who be is righteous in all his ways. Sadiq Yahweh bikola derakayo, and gracious in all his works, we chasid bikola ma'isayo. Karoba Yahweh likola korayo, likola shara yikarauhua be'emet. Jehovah, he who be, is nigh, is near to all them that call upon him. Yahweh, Jehovah is near. Karoi, Yahweh, Likola Korayo. To all that call upon him in truth. Likol Ashera Yikarauhu Be'emet. Ritzona ye reayo ya isse we eta shawa atama yishma'a we yo shi'aim. He will fulfill the desire. He will fulfill the desire of them that fear, that reverence him. Ritzona ye reayo ya isse. He also will hear their cry and will save them. We'eta shau'atama ishma'a. We're your sha'aim. And will save them. Shomeri Yahweh. Et kola o hebayo. Et kola hara sha'im. Yashmid. Harisha'im yashmid. Jehovah, he who be, preserveth all them that love him. He preserveth, he guardeth, protecteth, preserveth. Shomer Yahweh, etakol o hebayo. But all the wicked, the ratchet, will he destroy, will he downstroy. We'et kol harishaim yashmid. Tehilati Yahuwah ye daver pi. We abare kol basar shem kadisho le'olam wa'ed. My mouth shall speak the praise of Yahuwah, of he who be. Tehilata Yahuwah ye daber pi. And may all flesh bless his holy, his set apart, his island name forever, for ever and ever. We varei kakola basar shem kadisho le olam wa'ed.
Come be a part of.
Alright, LOJ, and Laju Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
There. Going to the full verse by verse basics. Today's daily psalm. Glory to Yahuwah. Glory. So here. It's the seal right here. Poteach Yadeka. Yes. Here. I'm the contagious rhythm. Let's try this. Oh.
Come be a part of.
Alright, LOJ, Laju Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
Psalm 145.
מזמור קמ"ה תהילה לדוד.
I will extol thee, my God, O King.
ארוממך אלוהי המלך.
And I will bless thy name forever and ever.
ועברך שמך לעולם ועד.
Every day will I bless thee.
בכל יום אברכך.
And I will praise thy name forever and ever.
ואהללה שמך לעולם ועד.
Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised, and his greatness is unsearchable. One generation shall praise thy works to another, and shall declare thy mighty acts. I will speak of the glorious honor of thy majesty, and of thy wondrous works. And men shall speak of the might of thy terrible acts, and I will declare thy greatness. They shall abundantly utter the memory of thy great goodness, and shall sing of thy righteousness. The Lord is gracious and full of compassion, slow to anger, and of great mercy. The Lord is good to all, and his tender mercies are over all his works. All thy works shall praise thee, O Lord, and thy saints shall bless thee. They shall speak of the glory of thy kingdom, and talk of thy power, to make known to the sons of men his mighty acts and the glorious majesty of his kingdom. Thy kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and thy dominion endureth throughout all generations. The Lord upholdeth all that fall, and raiseth up all those that be bowed down. The eyes of all wait upon thee, and thou givest them their meat in due season. Thou openest thine hand, and satisfiest the desire of every living thing. The Lord is righteous in all his ways, and holy in all his works. The Lord is nigh unto all them that call upon him, to all that call upon him in truth. He will fulfill the desire of them that fear him. He also will hear their cry, and will save them. The Lord preserveth all them that love him, but all the wicked will he destroy. My mouth shall speak the praise of the Lord, and let all flesh bless his holy name forever and ever, 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 forever and ever.
Yes. Very interesting. Psalm 145 right here. Here, look Midrash right here.
Shema Yisrael, Sema Rastafari. Today's daily psalm, Mizmor Kof Mem Hey. Psalm 145. Psalm 145. Tehillah le David, Eromi Mekah, Elohai Hamelech, Wa Ebarekeka Shimka le Olam Wa'ed. A psalm of praise of David. Tehillah le David. I will extol thee, my God, O King. Eromi Mekah Elohai Hamelech. I will big thee up. Eromi Mekah Elohai Hamelech, the King. And I will bless thy name forever and ever. Wa ebarekeka shimka le'olam wa'ed. Opening verse of today's daily psalm, Mizmor Kof Mem Hey, Psalm 145. And here, a midrash on today's daily psalm, according to the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews and after the order of Malachias Edek. Tehillah le David, Eromi Mikai Elohai Hamelech, Ebarekeka shimka le'olam wa'ed. A psalm of praise of Isaiah of David. I will extol thee, I will big the eye up, Elohai Hamelech, the King, and I will bless thy name forever and ever. Isaiah said in Isaiah 25:1, Yahweh Jehovah, thou art, the I male art, Elohai my Elohim, and I will exalt thee, I will big thee I up. I will praise Isaiah's thy, the I male name. By this he meant, not without cause do I speak thus, like this, in praise, in Isaiah's of thee, of the I. Thou, the I, hast done wonderful things. And what wonderful things has he done? Those spoken of in the preceding chapter, in Isaiah chapter 24, verses 21 to 23, where it reads, And it shall come to pass in that day that Yahweh Jehovah will punish the hosts of the high heaven on high, and the kings of the earth upon the earth, and they shall be gathered together as prisoners are gathered in the dungeon, and shall be shut up in the prison, and after many days shall they be punished. Then the moon shall be confounded, and the sun ashamed. For Yahweh Tsebaot, Jehovah of hosts, he who he be of armies, will reign in Mount Zion, and in Jerusalem, and before his elders shall be glory. In that day, according to Isaiah 25:1, I will exalt thee, I will big the I up. I will praise thy name, the I male name, for thou, the I, has done wonderful things. the wonderful things that thou, the eye, has done for us, for I and I. Likewise, David said, I will exalt the eye, my God, my true good. Eromim mekah Elohai, highly I will big the eye up, Elohai, not without cause, but for the promise, the yea and amen, thou, the I, this make I and I. In the preceding psalm, as in the preceding Mizmor, Psalm 144 and 12, Hebraically speaking, that our sons, like young plants, will be well grown, that our sons, like young plants, will be well grown. Asher Rabbanenu Kia Nitiyim. We whose sons are as plants grown up in their youth. Asher Rabbanenu Kia Nitiyim. That is, they will stand as straight as cedars. Of that it is said, the trees of Yahweh, of Adonai, are full of sap, the cedars of Lebanon that he hath planted, even in Psalm 104, verse 16. Hence, here it is said that our sons be like young plants will be well grown. Asher Banenu Kia Nit'im. They will grow as steadily as cedars. And in Psalm 144, verse 12, and that our daughters may be as the polished corners of the temple, and that I and I daughters may be as the polished corners of the temple. Asher Banenu Kia Nit'im Megudaleim Bia Neurehem Benotenu Zawiyot Mihut Avot Habanit Hekal, that our daughters Benotenu Zawiyot Mihut Avot Habanit Hekal, whose daughters are as corner pillars carved after the fashion of a palace, that our sons, like young plants, will be well grown. Asher Banenu Kenit'im Megudaleim Bia Neurehem, and that I and I daughters may be as the polished corners of the temple. Benotenu Ke Zawiyota Mechut Avota Habnita Hekal. In that day, will our daughters, ayawatas, need to adorn themselves? Will they not gleam as if polished by pumice? And will they not be as ruddy as the blood upon the corners of Hamizbeach, the corners of the altar? Hence here it is said that our daughters, ayawatas, may be as the polished corners of the temple. Bin notenu ka zawiyota Mechut avota habnita hekal. Before, we are taught that the height of men will equal the height of cedars. And whereby shall they be fed? Hakadosh Baruchu, the Holy One, blessed be He, tells I and I, out of such a full garner, as is spoken of in the verse in Psalm 144, verse 13, that reads, that our garners may be full, affording all manner of store, that our garners, I and I garners, may be full, affording all manner of store. Me zawinu, me elim, me fikim, mizan, that I and I garners may be full, affording all manner of store. Me zawinu, me laim, me fikim, mizana ilzan. And in another verse in Vayikra, Leviticus 26 and 10, it reads, Ye y'all shall eat old store, long kept. Ye shall eat old store, long kept. In Psalm 144, verse 13, that our sheep may bring forth thousands and 10,000s in I and I field. Tzonenu ma'elifot merubavota mechutzotenu. Impossible for them to do so now, for scripture says in 1 Samuel 17:34, thy servant kept his father's sheep, and there came a lion and a bear, and took a lamb out of the flock. And thus and like this, the flocks cannot increase. But one day, according to Isaiah 65:25, where it reads, the wolf and the lamb shall feed together. The wolf and the lamb shall feed together. Hence, here it is said that our sheep may bring forth thousands and 10,000s in our fields. Sonenu ma'elifota merubavota bichutzotenu. Another comment. Who are the sheep? Who are Tzonen, the Tzon? Who are the sheep? Yisrael. Who are his sheeple? Who are the sheep? Yisrael, to whom it was said in Ezekiel 34:31, and ye and y'all my sheep, the sheep of my pasture, are men, and I am your Elohim, true good, true God. Hence, here it is said, Tzonenu ma'elifiota meruvavota biachutzotenu. Here it is said that our sheep may bring forth thousands and 10,000s in our field. In the next verse, Psalm 144:14, that there be no decay, no leading into captivity, no outcrying in I streets, that there be no decay, no leading into captivity, and no outcrying in our streets. For he that causes the cry of mourning in the streets and causes tears to be shed is the angel of death, the destroyer. But one day there will be no outcry in the streets. Then, according to Zechariah 8:4, again will old man and old woman sit in the broad places of Jerusalem, of Jerusalem, every man with his staff in his hand for very age. Hence it is also said in the next verse of Psalm 144, no outcry in our streets, and in the next verse of Zechariah 8:5, the broad places of the city shall be full of boys and girls playing in the broad places thereof. And because Hakadosh Baruch Hu, the holy, the Ilah one, the set apart one, blessed be he, will bring out all these things for Yisrael, for Israel. Therefore, in the 15th verse, Hebraically speaking of Psalm 144, what does it say? It says, happy is the people that is in such a case. Happy is the people that is in such a case. Ashrei ha'am shekaka lau. Ashrei ha'am shekaka lau. Happy Ashrei is ha'am, is the arm, is the people. Shekaka lau, that is in such a case. And when thou will bring about all these things for us, for I and I, we shall praise, Ises, and extol, and big the eye up for all the wonders the eye thou dost for us, for I and I, and has done for us, for I and I. Thus, hear, even the opening words of today's daily psalm, Mizmor Kof Mem Hey, Tehillah le David, Eromi Mika Elohai Hameleka, Wa Ebarekeka Shimka le Olama Waed. I will extol, I will big thee eye up, my God, O King. Eromi Mika Elohai Hamelek, and I will bless thy name, the I male name, forever, for ever and ever. Wa Ebarekeka Shimka le Olama Waed. Of yore, Yisrael extolled Hakadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be he, saying, Yo, Jehovah, thy hand was lifted up. Even as they extolled, they bigged him up. They bigged him up at the Yam Suf, at the Red Sea, at the Eterabah here, the Eritrean Sea, saying, Sing to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. The horse and his rider has he thrown into the sea in Shemot, in Exodus 15:1. So will they extol, big him up again. So will they big him up again, saying, even in the words of Psalm 99:5, extol ye, extol y'all, Yahuwah, Eloheinu, Jehovah, I Elohim, I true good, I true God. Hence, here, it is said, even in the opening words of today's daily psalm, Mizmor Kof Mem Hey, Psalm 145, I will extol thee, I, Eromim Mekah, Eromim Ka, I will big the eye up, Eromim Mekai, Elohai, Hamelech. I will extol the I, Elohai, Hailai, my true good, my true God, Hamelech, the King. One day, it will not be as it is today, when, if he does wonders for Yisrael, for Israel, the man who sees the true good, the true God, the prince of, with El, true good, true God, they sing his praise, his eyes, but if he does not, they do not sing his praise, Tehilato. In the Aita Haba, in the time that I were to come, Yisrael will never cease, never stop, never cease singing, but will ceaselessly sing praises, Ises, and Barkot, and blessings, Baraka, as it is said, and I will bless thy name forever and ever. Why barekeka shimka le'olama wa'ed. We, I and I, shall have no vocation, no occupation, no vocation other than Barkot, other than Baraka, other than blessing. The I, with new Barkot, with new Baraka, with new blessing. So scripture says, even in Psalm 68, verse 20, blessed be the Lord, who daily loadeth us, loadeth I and I with benefits, even the God, the true good of I and I salvation. Baruch Adonai, Yom Yom Ya'imas Lanu, Ha'el Yeshuatenu, Selah. Blessed be Adonai, Adonai, Baruch Adonai, Baruch Adonai, Yom Yom Ya'imas Lanu. Blessed be Adonai, day by day. He beareth I and I burden, who daily loadeth I and I with benefits. Ha'el, the true good, the true God. Ha'el Yeshuatenu, who is I and I salvation. Selah. Pause. Psalm 68, verse 20. Baruch Adonai, Yom Yom Ya'imas Lanu, Ha'el Yeshuatenu. Selah. The events of the past, just narrated, teach a lesson for the present and the future. He beareth our burden. Literally, he carrieth for I and I. He carrieth for I and I. They are carried by Ha'el. Even Ha'el Yeshuatenu. Ha'el Yeshuatenu. El, the true good, the true God, who is I and I, Yeshua, I and I salvation. Ha'el Yeshuatenu. Selah, 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 Selah.
Come be a part of.
All right, MOJ, Wine and Juice Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
Discipleship, radio.
מזמור קמ"ה תהילה לדוד. ארוממך אלוהי המלך, ואברך שמך לעולם ועד. בכל יום אברכך, ואהללה שמך לעולם ועד. גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, ולגדולתו אין חקר. דור לדור ישבח מעשיך, וגבורותיך יגידו. הדר כבוד הודיך, ודברי נפלאותיך עשיך. ועזוז נוראותיך יאמרו, וגדולתך אספרנה. זכר רב טובך יביעו, וצדקתך ירננו. חנון ורחום אדוני, ערך אפיים וגדול חסד. טוב אדוני לכל, ורחמיו על כל מעשיו. יודוך אדוני כל מעשיך, וחסידיך יברכוך. כבוד מלכותך יאמרו, וגבורתך ידברו. להודיע לבני האדם גבורותיו, וכבוד הדר מלכותו. מלכותך מלכות כל עולמים, וממשלתך בכל דור ודור. סומך אדוני לכל הנופלים, וזוקף לכל הכפופים. עיני כל אליך יסברו, ואתה נותן להם את אוכלם בעתו. פותח את ידיך, ומשביע לכל חי רצון. צדיק אדוני בכל דרכיו, וחסיד בכל מעשיו. קרוב אדוני לכל קוראיו, לכל אשר יקראוהו באמת. רצון יראיו יעשה, ואת שבעתם ישמע ויושיעם. שומר אדוני את כל אוהביו, ואת כל הרשעים ישמיד. תהילת אדוני ידבר פי, ויברך כל בשר שם קודשו לעולם ועולם לעולם 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 לעולם.
Come be a part of where Hebrew feels like home.
Yes. Beautiful psalm here, 145. Closing the book of Psalms, initiating the group of Psalms. Praises here to Tehillah LeDavid, praise of David. Aromim ka, Elohai Hamelech. I'll big you up, Aromim ka, lift the eye up, Elohai, my Elohim, Elohai, Hamelech, the king. Wa baraka shimka, and I will bless, prosper, wa baraka shimka, the I male name shimka, le olam wa ed, forever to time, out of mind and onward. I add infinitum and onward. Every day will I bless, Bekol Yom, Bekol, and all the Yom and all the day. Ebarakeka, Bekol Yom, Ebarakeka. I will bless the Ka, the I. Bekol Yom, Ebarakeka. Wa, Ahalala, I will hallelujah. I will hallelujah, halal, boast, big the I up. Wa, Ahalala, Shimka. And I'll big up the I's male name. Make a hallelujah. Big up Shimka, the I's male name. Wa, Ahalala, Shimka le olam wa ed. Then just the third verse right here. Great is Yahuwah, Gadol Yahuwah, Ua mehulal, and mehulal, to be halal like hallelujah, mehulal, and he is highly to be praised. He is worthy to be boasted, to be bigged up, to be praised. U mehulal meod, very much. On the sixth day, he created everything, and then he looked at it and said, Tov meod, Tov, good meod, U mehulal meod, and he is highly, enough to be praised, very much to be praised. We liga dulato, Gedula, the greatness, his greatness. Ain, none, cheker, there's no searching out. Ain cheker, we liga dulato, ain cheker, and there's no searching out. Cheker, like hakar, in Hebrew, like to dig. So cheker, to dig or to search. Ain, there ain't none. Ain doesn't exist. Ain cheker. There's no like searching out of his greatness, or translation says, and his greatness is unsearchable. The psalm here, glory, a hymn of praise, a hymn of joy, a up hymn. Here, the first 3 verses here. Tehillah leDavid, Eromim ka Elohai hamelech, wa barka shimka leolam wa'ed. B'kol yom ebarekeka, wa ahallelah shimka leolam wa'ed. Gadol Yahuwah u'mehulal me'od. With ligadulato ain cheker. Here. I was going to share this one right here. Just for the outro right here. Just check it out. Let's just check this out together here. Prince Allah, it's a dub tune. Prince Allah, this feeling. Let's check this out. Oh
Jah, thou art our maker, our creator. Give thanks to life, strength and love. Selah. Well, I've got this feeling, this positive feeling. Rastafari is the righteous way. Rastafari is the righteous way. Oh Jah, thou art our maker, our creator. Give thanks to life, strength and love. Selah. Well, I've got this feeling, this positive feeling. Rastafari is the righteous way. Rastafari is the righteous way. Well, I've got this feeling, this positive feeling. Rastafari is the righteous way. Rastafari is the righteous way. Jah is the lily of the valley, that bright and morning star, fairest of 10,000 to me. You are. You're running, yes, you're running, yes, you're running away. Can't run away from your heart. You're running, yes, you're running, yes, you're running away. Can't run away from your thought. Run away, can't run away. Yes, can't run away, can't run away. Yeah. Well, I've got this feeling, this positive feeling. Rastafari is the righteous way. Rastafari is the righteous way. Well, I've got this knowledge, a positive knowledge. Rastafari is the righteous way. Rastafari is the righteous way. He is the way, the righteous way. Yes, Jah is the lily of the valley, that bright and morning star, fairest of 10,000 to me. You are. You're running, yes, you're running, yes, you're running away. Can't run away from your heart. You're running, yes, you're running, yes, you're running away. Can't run away from your thoughts. Righteous way, righteous way, righteous way, righteous ways, yeah.
Come be a part of it. Come be a part of
Alright, LOJ, Atlanta Jews Society.
it. Where Hebrew feels like home.
is our master, yeah. For the enemies are confounded. Rastafari power overthrow them, yeah. It's wheeling. Lord Jesus, Lord Jesus, Lord Jesus, Lord Jesus, Lord Jesus.
Yes, Lana Tov, Boker Tov, here, 48th sabbatical study, the Sabbath, the week, the Shabu of comfort, Anoki, who, I, he. From Isaiah, check out that word from Isaiah chapter 51, this Torah reading and feeding. Here for the outro here. Yeshua Shalom, y'all. Give thanks. Oh.
Psalm 145.
The foundation.
I will extol thee, my God, O King, and I will bless thy name forever and ever. Every day will I bless thee, and I will praise thy name forever and ever. Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised, and his greatness is unsearchable. One generation shall praise thy works to another, and shall declare thy mighty acts. I will speak of the glorious honor of thy majesty, and of thy wondrous works, and men shall speak of the might of thy terrible acts, and I will declare thy greatness. They shall abundantly utter the memory of thy great goodness, and shall sing of thy righteousness. The Lord is gracious, full of compassion, slow to anger, and of great mercy. The Lord is good to all, and his tender mercies are over all his works. All thy works shall praise thee, O Lord, and thy saints shall bless thee. They shall speak of the glory of thy kingdom, and talk of thy power, to make known to the sons of men his mighty acts, and the glorious majesty of his kingdom. Thy kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and thy dominion endureth throughout all generations. The Lord upholdeth all that fall, and raiseth up all those that be bowed down. The eyes of all wait upon thee, and thou givest them their meat in due season. Thou openest thine hand, and satisfiest the desire of every living thing. The Lord is righteous in all his ways, and holy in all his works. The Lord is nigh unto all them that call upon him, to all that call upon him in truth. He will fulfill the desire of them that fear him. He also will hear their cry, and will save them. The Lord preserveth all them that love him, but all the wicked will he destroy. My mouth shall speak the praise of the Lord, and let all flesh bless his holy name forever and ever.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.
Ferajoch.
Come be a part of.
All right, Jake, Line and Juice Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
Ferajoch.
The emperor was then vested with the 7 ornaments of the coronation, including his gold sword studded with precious stones, a diamond-encrusted ring, 2 traditional lances, the imperial scepter, and a golden globe of the earth, the imperial vestments, and at last came the magnificent crown. 7 differently scented ointments of ancient prescription were received on the imperial head, brow, and shoulders, one with each of these ornaments. The final ceremony was a grand tour of the cathedral by the emperor and empress, who was also crowned, but with less elaborate rites. They were escorted by the priests and bishops, princes and high dignitaries, Ethiopian bishops and priests from all over Ethiopia, and a large number of Coptic deacons, carrying palm branches and chanting in mighty volume.
Ferajoch.